sir?
Good. How are you?
Great.
Is this camera? Can we like if I get? We're gonna do some interviews when they come off the track. Like where's the spot like you can spin where it's not gonna interfere with anything?
Y'all gonna be?
It'll be before the end of basically it'll be before the end of the track. You know what I'm saying? Like if I say a point.
I think so.
Is that something you do or?
Yeah, I can do that.
You think so?
I'll make it work.
All right. We told them we're gonna do right in about here.
I'll make it work. Okay.
If you're right here, it might work.
Yeah.
So, okay. And I'll wave at you, whatever. Thank you.
Yep, got it, Jason.
Allie, is that better, or I'll just let me know? I'll just jump down. I didn't hear you, Allie. You gotta hold the button before you talk.
We are ready to rock and roll.
How about you guys over there on the pit side? Yeah, there we go. Pit side's ready to go.
Heck yeah, we are rip-roaring and ready to go. The biggest pull we've ever had here. We're pushing 60 hooks here tonight. We got some of the best modified tractors and two-wheel drive trucks in the country. Diesel pickups. Going to be an awesome night, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be done by 10, so y'all can go over and watch Tyler Booth over there. Going to put on a great show on the main stage. My name is Ron Stone. I am your announcer of the Outlaw Truck and Tractor Pulling Association. I'm going to be introducing Kurt Van Beek, the owner of the Outlaws, here in just a moment to do the prayer, and also world-renowned announcer Dan Mayer out of Louisville, Kentucky. But before we do that, we always do this at an Outlaw Pull, folks. We always recognize our veterans. Do we have any veterans in the crowd? Please stand up. Military members currently serving, please remain standing. If you can't stand, please raise your hand. Police officers, firefighters, first responders, please stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, give these folks a round of applause. These folks put their lives on the line for us as their daily job. It's how they go to work. It's just something they do. They put their lives on the line for us, and we wouldn't be here, and we wouldn't be safe if it wasn't for them. So thank you very much. So in saying that, I'd like to introduce now Kurt Van Beek, the owner of the Outlaw Truck and Tractor Pullers. Please rise, folks, and uncover, and he will be doing our prayer.
Thank you for coming to Lufkin, Texas with us. Would you pray with me? Lord, we just ask to give each of these better to stay safe, better to pass out the track tonight, and bring each of these fans to the final destination safely. We pray that we may all come to love you because of your great love that you gave to us in your Son, Jesus Christ. I pray in his name. Jesus' sake. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing as Ron Stone will perform our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's give a nice round of applause. Ron Stone with our national anthem here this afternoon. Head-to-head.
Right.
Yeah, we got head-to-head matchups here.
Head-to-head.
One of the classes you're going to see here tonight. Not going to be this Pro Farm class, I do not believe.
Right.
But we will start with the modified tractors. Will be our first head-to-head competition here. And like you say, if you sign up here tonight, fans, $20 for free. You play for nothing.
$20 of play money. They're giving you $20 of play money for going online and betting. Now, you said the first class we're not betting on, but if they go on right now, they have time to bet on that second class because we will be betting on that modified tractor division, which is the second class tonight.
Absolutely. And, of course, you fans out there listening on Facebook as well as YouTube, we're going to be with you for about 15 minutes, and then we're going to turn you loose. And you got to come to Full Pull Live, subscribe with us, and you can watch all the action here tonight. And, Ron, looks like we're ready to roll here tonight.
Yeah, first pull of Larry Jester out of White Wright, Texas. 9,000-pound hot farm.
All right, fans, now by a show of hands, how many of you folks have been here in Lufkin here the last 4 years? All right, we've got a bunch of newbies here tonight. All right, well, good to see you all out here. And what a show we have got for you here tonight. Now, fans, track length here tonight with the Outlaws, 360 feet long, approximately 40 feet wide, or as wide as your normal two-lane highway. You'll notice the white lines each side of the track. Any portion of that pulling vehicle touches those white lines, you'll be out of bounds.
Yeah, 340.43 for Larry Jester out of White Wright, Texas, the trial and error Ford. Taking the first shot there. That Schaefer oil barrel there with the checkered flag sticking out the top of it. That's our leader mark. They want to try to get the front of the sled, the buckboard of the sled, that is the furthest point forward on the sled, past that mark. Now, that's just a point of reference out there. All of our measurements here done via GPS. So 340.43 feet for Larry Jester. And his Ford called Trial and Error leading us off.
So let's talk about this Pro Farm class. Now, fans, the sport of pulling, the only motorsport where weight is an advantage. You go over the drag strip, you want to be as light as possible. Not in the sport of pulling, you want to be right at that maximum weight. So what are we weighing in here for the Pro Farms here tonight, Ron?
9,000 pounds is what these hot farms out of Texas. This class is from the Texas Truck and Tractor Pulling Association. They're pretty close to our 8500 Light Limited Pro. Of course, they are 500 pounds heavier, and they call it Hot Farm here in the Lone Star State.
Okay, so cubic inches, turbo underneath the hood, what are we looking at?
Ooh, I'm thinking 466 is where we're at. I don't have the rules for the class for the Texas group, but I'm pretty sure it's 466 or 470, that little bit of percentage over.
All right, so this first class here, the Pro Farm Tractors, representing the Texas Truck and Tractor Pulling Association here tonight. We do have quite a few of their members here tonight intermingled here with our Outlaw show as well. Glad you fans have decided to join us here. Beautiful Friday night here in Lufkin, Texas. And Ron, tell us about this whole effort here. Why is everybody here? What is the end game here?
Well, it's a big party, Dan. Did you see everybody?
Well,
I mean,
I've seen that part already.
I mean, we've got semi-drag racing going on. We've got a truck and car show going on up yonder. We've got Tyler Booth playing live tonight on the main stage. We've got Outlaw Truck and Tractor pulling both nights. I mean, that's what we call a party down here in Texas, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I know what you're getting at, Dan. You're talking about why we're doing it, what this benefits. Of course, the guys, the promoters down here, Josh Birch and Ronnie Kelly, Kelly's Truck Parts, these guys are patriots, and they want to do what they can for our veterans. There is an organization called Mission 22. And what that stands for is it represents the number of our veterans that commit suicide every day in this country. An average of 22 a day. That's 22 too many.
Yes.
And we want to curb that number. We want to eliminate that number. And that's what Mission 22 does. That's what the Wyankin Foundation does. And 100% of the proceeds from this weekend here at Dragon and Pulling in the Pines goes to those two fine organizations to combat veteran suicide. All right, next puller is Alan Sandberg. He out of Anson, Texas. Case, we got any Case fans out there? Here comes the Iron Eagle.
Oh, we've got a power track here tonight, fans, in Lufkin, Texas. You can see that already. Just the second tractor down the track here tonight, and we are already hurting for horsepower here tonight.
Yeah, and you could bet those modified tractor guys are paying attention to what the track's doing with these hot farms right now. 320.16, 320.16 the distance for Alan Sandbothy and the Iron Eagle case. Comes up short of the Ford of Larry Jester, so trial and error still in that top spot for right now.
All right, fans, so you see right now the scraper and roller team out on the track. They're going to do their best all evening long here, try to keep this track as consistent for all these competitors. We'll scrape that track in, we'll fill the holes in, and then we'll pack it down nice and tight with that wobble wheel roller. Like you say, for each and every competitor. That's the end game. We want to make sure this track is equal for all these competitors in that particular class.
A big thanks to Case IH, the title sponsor of the Outlaws. Case IH, the maker of Farmall, the one for all since 1923, now for 101 years. Farmall has been in production. Made by Case IH, the one for all since 1923. Check out what can do for you at Farmall100.com. 2023 last year was the 100-year anniversary of the Farmall brand. Check them out at CaseIH.com or Farmall100.com. Next puller in 9,000-pound hot farm. This guy's running single turbochargers, 466 cubic inch limit. Weighing in at 9,000 pounds. Still digging. The name of the Case IH coming out right now, Keith Sutherland. Keith Sutherland and still digging. Got to get past the Ford. Larry Jester at a white right. Still in the top spot at 340.43. Only 4 tractors in this first class here. The Texas Hot Farms. Then we're going to make some noise, and I will just tell you, with 2 tractors to go here, we'll make that transition between classes. We'll add some weight to that sled because the 7,400-pound modified tractors are up next. You may want to go over to the Outlaw Souvenir trailer back here, Diesel Power Plus, where he's got T-shirts and hats and Frosted Frog coolers and such and toys for the kids. He also has ear protection for you and the kids as well. If you're not going to get ear protection for yourself, at least get some protection for your kids. They're going to need it for the next class. Nice hook for Keith Sutherland, still digging. 335.19, going to put him in the number 2 spot. The 04 to Larry Jester still hanging on to the number 1 position for right now. So Brian Sandbothy going to be the next puller with a tractor called Red Mule out of Anson, Texas. And I'm told we have a 5th entry here. We're going to find out who that is in just a moment.
Hi, fans. Well, looks like tonight we've got one of our X Factor sleds out of Jefferson City, Missouri. They are going to have the task of stopping all this high horsepower here tonight. Looks like we got Ed Walker up in the cab here tonight. He will be our sled operator. As you can see, these competitors are already working from side to side on this track here. Now, each and every competitor will have the option where they put that sled. You can put it anywhere you want down there on the start line. There's an orange cone down there, and we will work it. And we have seen that early on in this class so far. We've gone all the way over to the left side. We've gone back over here to the right. We've worked the middle. So just about everywhere down here tonight, we will work on this track here tonight. It's a good one here in Lufkin. All right, fans, so Larry Jester, our first hook of the class, leads the way, 340.43, 340.43, as we'll take the still digging tractor back to the pit area after a good run right there. He gives us the thumbs up. Currently sitting in that number 2 spot here in our hot farm class here tonight. 9,000 pound hot farm class, the Texas Tractor and Truck Pulling Association. Beautiful evening for competition here tonight here in Lufkin as things kind of wind down over there on the drag strip here as we are up and pulling here on our 360-foot track here tonight. Outlaw Finals, fans. We're going to see champions crowned here this weekend. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, Brian Sandboth getting ready to take a shot. Comes out of Anson, Texas, the Red Mule International. Any international fans here tonight? Any Red fans? Red fans are always rowdy. I call them a rowdy Red fan.
I think it must be over on the pit side then, right?
Got to beat 340.43.
Oh! What do you think, fans? Did he get the job done here tonight? We're going to move that cone just a little bit. Working that right side of the track here tonight, fans, to perfection.
Dan, he's going to move the chains, going to push that leader mark about 10 feet up the track, 350.13. Brian Sandboth, the Red Mule, is your number 1 tractor right now with 1 to go in the class. Next puller will be Randall Brockman, the Red Warrior, out of Ridge, Texas. Going to be the last puller in Hot Farm, folks. Remember, they do have ear protection back at the souvenir trailer. You're going to need it here in about 10 minutes or so. You're going to see 6,000 horsepower of Hemi on these tractors coming out here in just a little bit, and they are loud.
Yeah, absolutely, Ron. We've got the Dirty Dozen here tonight, fans. We've got 12 of the top tractors in the nation here to battle it out here for the finals weekend here for the Outlaw Tractor and Truck Pulling Association.
Yeah, you couldn't, if you asked for better weather, I don't think you could here. This is the most awesome weather, I think, of the year here. We're in the 80s during the day, drops down the 50s late at night. Perfect pulling weather as that sun starts to drop. We'll be in the 70s and maybe some 60s late or high 60s by the end of the event. Perfect for making horsepower. These engines love cool, dry air to make horsepower. The cooler the air, the more horsepower potential you can make. So 350.13, the mark to beat. The international tractor of Brian Sandboth, the Red Mule, is your leader right now with 1 to go. Randall Brockman and the Red Warrior is coming up. Ditch the duels and get more with Titan International. Goodyear farm tires made by Titan. You ditch the duels and get more with LSW, low sidewall technology from Titan. Switching from standard factory duels to LSW super single tires improves your footprint by 20% and lowers your inflation pressures for improved traction and reduced compaction. Check them out at Titan International. Titan, maker of Goodyear farm tires and sponsor of the Outlaw Young Guns program.
Hey, Ron, I'm down here with Brian Sandboth right now. Just took the lead here in our hot farm class here tonight. And, Brian, we saw you went over on that right side of the track. What did you see over there that nobody else had seen over there?
Well, I thought it was a little harder. My tires work better on that side, so that's where we went.
Well, you got 1 to go here. We'll see if you can hold on to the win here tonight. What do you think?
Well, I hope so. Thanks, everybody, for coming.
All right, we're going to see if it's going to hold up here tonight for the 1486 here, fans. Brian Sandboth.
Yeah, as soon as the track is clear here, we get a tight chain. You'll see the lights on the sled go green, meaning the sled operator is ready to go. The sled is in gear, has the box engaged. The 100-foot flagman will look up to the 300-foot flagman. The 300-foot flagman will look and make sure the track is clear at his end. He'll throw the green, and the 100-foot flagman will follow. Here we go. Green flag. It's got to beat 350.13. Randall Brockman out of Ridge, Texas. The Red Warrior.
And Ron having a little bit of trouble down there trackside here. So every competitor has 2 attempts to make a measurable distance if you don't get past that 100-foot mark. And as we can see right now, we're having a little bit of trouble there just getting off the start line here.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if we've gotten to that measurable distance requirement. Dan, I'm not even sure he's even bumped the sled here, so it looks like he is having some problems. Yes. Yep, his night is over.
Yeah, that's a tough break right there, fans, because last hook in the class.
Yeah, that stinks. He was a late entry, obviously was testing that tractor. But hey, Brian Sandbothy going down the track here on the return road. Give him a round of applause. That is your winner, the Texas Hot Farm class. The tractor he calls the Red Mule.
Yeah, did a little bit of studying out there. Said that track was a little bit harder there over on the right-hand side. We'll see if any of these other classes will be able to follow suit here tonight.
A little follow the leader, if you will. We see that a lot in pulling, Dan.
Well, pro farm class, things are a little bit different than you'll see like the two-wheel drive.
Right.
So not everything will follow, but we'll see what will happen here tonight. How about you fans over there on the pit side? You guys with us tonight? Where's our pit side fans? Oh, they're a little quiet right now. Yeah, it'll take them a little bit.
Yeah, that sun goes down. I think we're going to get a little more excitement out here. People are going to get excited. Get that big orange ball of fire down behind those trees over there on the west side. We're going to make some noise now, Dan. One of our biggest classes of the night, the modified tractors. We're talking 6,000 horsepower.
7,400 pounds, maximum weight of these tractors, and different combinations we're going to see here. We're going to see twin heavy combinations. We've got wedge-type Chevrolet style engines out there. We've got, aircraft power, different types of aircraft power, industrial power.
Right.
We got it.
We've got V8s. We've got 3 V8s. We've got 2 V8s. We've got twin turbines, helicopter turbines. We've got World War II V12 British V12 horsepower that's going to be out here performing tonight. And that tractor, they literally just finished tightening the last screw on it this morning. And he just put twin turbos on it. It is a Rolls-Royce V12 from World War II. It was used in Spitfire fighter aircraft in World War II. 1940s vintage with twin turbos on it. New combo for him this year, and he literally just finished it.
So let's talk about that. We got supercharging versus turbocharging. Now, supercharging, basically the supercharger sits up on top of the engine, driven by the engine's crankshaft, a big air compressor up on top of the engine. You've seen those all over the place. Turbocharging, now a little bit different, runs off the engine's exhaust, more or less another air compressor, but a different way of doing it.
Right. And the Rolls-Royce V12 we'll see in this class, Doug Voth with his Rolls-Royce tractor, it came with a supercharger. But that supercharger was designed in the late 30s, early 40s, and technology.
At Harvest, you have one goal: finding the perfect flow of grain from the field to the bin. Case IH axial flow combines are engineered for matched capacity to deliver proven grain savings, so you can keep efficiency flowing smoothly. Find yours with the Case IH axial flow.
Wish we'd have put these tires on a long time ago, because they would have saved me a whole lot of time and money. Titan came to us with the best program and basically gave us the most bang for our buck. We've been very happy.
When we switched over to Goodyear, we were down way less. That converted over to tens of thousands of dollars over the course of a year.
About an hour before the pull starts, not the best time to come down. A lot of equipment moving around, going across the scales, so we restrict that hour before the pull starts.
But, during the afternoon when you're sitting on a lawn chair enjoying a nice cool water, make sure you head on over there, and they'll be more than happy to talk with you. They love to do that.
Yeah, a lot of them will let you get up in the seat and take pictures and everything, so it's pretty cool to have the kids come down there. They love talking to kids and getting some new fans in the pulling world here. Let's give you the results from the hot farm class. First place goes to Brian Sandbothy in the Red Mule. The number 2 tractor, Larry Jester, out of White Wright, Texas, with trial and error. Number 3 is Kevin Sutherland with Still Digging, and number 4 was Alan Sandbothy with the Iron Eagle, and, of course, number 5, Randall Brockman, and the Red Warrior. Our mod class lineup here goes like this, and we were talking about that V12. Guess what? He's going to lead us off here. He's the very first tractor. Doug Voth out of Lindsay, Texas. The Griffin Growl. It's called a Rolls-Royce Griffin is the engine on his tractor. Donald Nelson in the Texas Bullwhip will be second in the order, followed by Craig Ulmer in Sweet Pain. Wayne Sullivan and the Kentuckian. Vern Huser and Say Goodbye. Kent Urbon and the Stud Mule. Wayne Longnecker, the River Rat. Cameron Neves and Cotton Candy. Donald Nelson and the Twisted Whip. Donald Nelson and the Bullwhip Motorsports, the brand new tractor he is debuting here this weekend. Kyle Petch in the Thermal Thunder, the Twin Turbine. And Scott Bracken, the Twin Hemi tractor called the Outlaw out of Missouri. That's your lineup here, the 7,400-pound modified tractors. I'm getting goosebumps here just thinking about it as I'm reading the names of these tractors, Dan.
Yeah, that's a star-studded lineup right there. You talk outlaw pulling, you got the best of the best right there. Many different outlaw champions over the years in this class here tonight, and it is going to be a war here. Now, this is hook number 21 out of 22 for the season for this class. They've been running all summer long, running for those prestigious points, and tomorrow it all comes to an end here as we will crown the champion. Right now, we've got Cameron Neves. He's sitting out front of this class, basically has to hook this sled here tonight, the Cotton Candy team, but anything can happen. You know how
that's true. That's absolutely true. He's got a pretty good handle on the points lead here, hoping to leave Lufkin, Texas tomorrow night with a points title for his tractor called Cotton Candy. And he comes out of McAdoo, Texas, over there on the west side, up northwest Texas. We've got Texas, Kentucky, Iowa, Nebraska, and Missouri all represented here in this modified tractor class this afternoon.
And like we talked about earlier, you want variety, we have got it here in this modified class here tonight. You want aircraft power, you want piston power, we have got it in all different types and variety here tonight. So we'll get this class underway here in just a minute. Looks like we're finally getting close here to loading that wagon.
Yeah, Dan, now, Kyle Petch up here, modified tractor driver. That's a twin turbine tractor. I notice he doesn't use the new tools. A lot of the new tools the guys use for poking around on the track. He's got one of the old school tools. What do you call this tool here, Kyle?
That's my official track poker is what it is. Most people would call it a screwdriver. I don't think it's ever been used as a screwdriver. Look at how worn down that is. That's all track.
Since all day one, it's been a track checker, right?
If I lose it, I don't know how a track feels. So this is a very important pice of equipment.
How long have you been using that particular tool?
Since about 2004.
2004. That's been in a lot of tracks in the Midwest. What do you think the key is out here in the class? What are you thinking?
You're going to need to get a good hole shot. The track's pretty firm for us out there. It's a great track. Right now it's looking nice and level out there. There is a little bit of a wet spot out there that I think you might see a few of us fall into a little bit. To me, I think it's going to be who can make it the fastest through that little spot, and then they're going to be gone. This is an exciting class.
Care to tell us where that spot is, Kyle?
I am not. You will see it.
I had a feeling he was going to say something like that.
Tried.
He wasn't going to tell us.
You got to give you credit.
Thanks,
tried.
Kyle. Oh. They're still adding weight to the sled. Each one of those weights is 2,000 pounds. That's about 150 pounds heavier than a smart car.
Yeah, we just keep on going down there. The Pro Farm tractors, about 25, 30,000 pounds. He's a little bit more here, so it takes a little bit of time. But let's go back. We just heard Mr. Pesh talk about the hole shot. Now in drag racing, obviously it's who leaves first on the start line. But in the sport of pulling, it's actually how fast you can get that sled moving in that first 50 to 75 feet. You don't get it moving in that amount of time, you're not going to make it down here to the end of the track. So that is so important here.
Traction, horsepower, but you got to use them all right. You can't just go out there and lay on the throttle. You have to use that horsepower right, especially these tractors are making, over 6,000 horsepower coming up. And like you said, Dan, the track plays a big part here, and that plays a big part in what's going on with the sled. The sled operator, he's going to look at that track and say, this is a really good track. We may have to do something a little bit different here on how we're doing it. I know he has every weight that he has available to put in this sled. The semi that pulls that sled, they had every weight they could get on there. They were 250 pounds under the legal limit to drive down the road, and they still had to haul about 4,000 pounds of weight on another truck. And they brought another weight from South Texas for the puller brought. So we're using every one of those weights to load that wagon down tonight.
Available on the ground. So we got to get them shut down here. We got 360 feet here tonight. We got to get them shut down in that amount of time. And speaking of which, here we got our first modified moving out on the track right now. You talked about it, Doug Boat, out of Lindsay, Texas, just north of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. The Griffin Growl, and they've been doing a lot of work on this tractor.
They have. And they've done a lot of work in the last 10 days, I will tell you that. They put a lot of this tractor together just in the last 10 days. They just switched from the supercharger that came on these engines in World War II. Now, these went in Spitfire aircraft, and there was a bomber they put them in, a Shackleton bomber, I think. They put two or maybe four on those Shackleton bombers in World War II. They came with a supercharger that was crank-driven on the front. He switched that. He used that supercharger up until this last season. After the season was over, he said, I'm going to put twin turbos on it. And this is the very first shot with this setup here tonight since they put it together, and they turned the last screw on it at 5:30 this morning.
And I do believe had some help from overseas as well, coming over and working on this tractor as well.
Oh, yeah? Tell me about that.
Yeah, they've had some folks helping them out over in Europe. And, they run this kind of combination over there with the European tractor pullers.
Yep.
And some of those folks were out helping Doug out, making this setup possible here on this tractor. We'll see how it goes here tonight. Our test puller here, 7,400-pound modified tractors here tonight, fans.
2,439 cubic inch V12 Rolls-Royce Griffin, Doug Voth, and a Griffin Growl. Now, in Doug's mind right now, that was a successful test pass because nothing blew up, nothing caught on fire, there's no rods on the track, and there's no oil on the track.
Yeah, so right now everybody runs data loggers nowadays, all different sensors throughout. Now they've got a little bit of stuff, info that they can work with this tractor and go from there. So that's very important. Fans, let's give them a nice round of applause just for trying something different out there, the modified class, and no doubt they will take it back to the pit area, check things over.
And without a dyno pass on this engine, this power plant, this combination, we may see him go back to the pits tonight, make a few changes, tweak it a little bit, turn some screws on it. There's a guy back there named Wayne Longnecker that used to own this tractor and this engine and knows a little bit about V12s and tweak it on them and getting the horsepower out of them. So we may see that tractor perform a little bit different tomorrow night.
All right, fans, so test puller here in our modified class. And once again, Doug will have the option whether or not to take or turn down this run. I'd have to say he's probably going to take that run at 227.56 and move on into tomorrow and see how everything looks, 227.56. And one more time, fans, let's give him a nice round of applause. He heads off the track. The Griffin Growl tractor, Lindsay, Texas, here tonight.
Just cool. You got to love those old World War II vintage V12 motors out there, still getting it done out on the pulling track.
Absolutely.
Pretty awesome.
Got to love the shark teeth on the side, too, just like the old warplanes. And as he heads back here towards the pit area. So by the luck of the draw here, Don Nelson will be up next here with the Texas Bullwhip tractor. Cat Springs, Texas. He'll be followed by Craig Ulmer with the Sweet Pain, and then we got Wayne Sullivan's Kentuckian, our next three in the modified class.
Now, Donald Nelson has 3 tractors in competition in this class. This next tractor coming up, the Texas Bullwhip. Now, this is an inline 6-cylinder International DT 466 that has been converted from diesel to burn methanol, and he's added 3 turbochargers to it. Now, we call this an industrial motor, but it is a 6-cylinder International DT 466 that has been heavily modified and massaged to go pulling.
All right, Ron. Well, we're down here right now with Mr. Voth and Doug. Tell us about that run out there. I'd have to say pretty successful there. You went down, you made a pass, nothing on the ground. How'd it feel in the seat?
It felt magnificent. Yeah, it felt good. And I want to take time to thank the good Lord to give me skills to do what I do.
Well, one of these things, we're going to take it back to the pits, check over see how everything looks on it, and work on that from tomorrow, someplace to work from?
Yeah, I'm going to do some data work and check our RPMs and also check fuel and the EGTs and all my cylinders and to make sure everything looks cool. And if it all looks good, we'll be back here tomorrow and maybe make a good pass.
Well, I'll tell you, Doug, it's a beautiful machine, and glad we had the opportunity to see it here tonight.
I want to give a special thanks for Randy Ryder and my brother and a couple other people that really helped me out a lot.
All right, fans, let's give a nice round of applause here tonight. Doug Voth here in the modified class, trying something a little bit different.
Next tractor here, we're going to go half the cylinders on this one. This one only has 6 cylinders, inline 6, but add another turbocharger to the mix. 3 turbochargers, burning VP methanol. Donald Nelson out of Cat Spring, Texas, the Texas Bullwhip.
All right, what do you think, fans? DT 466, a couple of twin turbos on there, and he just got that engine back together. He was telling me before Buckner, Missouri. He said it's been on the shelf here for a couple of years, and good to see that tractor back out.
Yeah, check 1 2. We'll check 1 2 1 2
check
1 2. Let me make sure it's on over there.
Check. Check. Test.
1 2 1 2 1 2.
Check.
Two, 1 2.
Check. Nope.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2.
He's pulls in this class. He's walking down that
Two,
way.
one, two.
Check.
But it's a couch sound on there, and they have a sound guy here, Rogo.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Is it on? Check 1 2 2 2.
Check.
2 2 1 2 2 2.
All right, fans, so pull distance 305 and 97, 305.97 for Don Nelson with the Texas Bullwhip here tonight out of Cat Spring, Texas.
2-2.
As we will head back towards the start line here, Craig Ulmer going to pilot the Sweet Pain.
2-2
up here now. A little bit different combination on this tractor. We'll have 3 blown and injected Chevrolets on this tractor. Now, Craig, a second-generation puller. His dad, Kurt Ulmer, for many years ran this tractor all over the United States. Matter of fact, 3 generations of Ulmers run this tractor here throughout. And good to see it out here in Lufkin, Texas. Now, this tractor comes in here tonight. He currently sits in the number 3 spot here in points. Has had 4 wins throughout the summer.
1-2.
Stair-step combination on this tractor. So, Craig Ulmer. And the Sweet Pain makes his way out on the track here. 2023 winner here on Friday night. Craig Ulmer looking to do it again here. 8-time Outlaw champions. With Craig and Kurt behind the wheel. So we'll back in the Sweet Pain tractor now. 305.97, the mark to beat here. 305.97 as Don Nelson leads the way with the Texas Bullwhip. That's the DT466. Don came by us down here trackside, gave us the thumbs up, says, hey, I'm happy to go. I'm good to go with that one. He was satisfied with that run, so he'll go back there in the pits. He's got a couple more tractors he needs to run. But take a look at this one here, fans. Stair-step combination on this tractor for Craig Ulmer and the Sweet Pain. So currently sits number 3 in the points here with this tractor coming into this weekend's finals out of Northwest Iowa.
Yeah, Dan, the 3 engines on this tractor, the 3 wedge Chevys, the toughest in the country. 2-time points champion just a few years back, Craig Ulmer, the Sweet Pain. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2.
All right, so Craig Ulmer shuts down the Sweet Pain after his run here tonight. He will set the mark to beat here in our modified class here tonight. Had to go better than 305.97. He has done that in a big way here. We'll get the distance in here from the track crew right away as we will move ahead here in the modified class with Wayne Sullivan, Warsaw, Kentucky, with the Kentuckian.
Check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
No.
How far did Ulmer go? Donnie Sullivan 345.
2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, check. 1, 2, check. 1, 2, check. Check, check. 1, 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey. 1, 2. 1, 1, 2.
I don't know.
2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
All right. Well, we know for one thing that is our new
1, 2.
leader here.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check.
We'll have
1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. 1, 2.
So
2, 2, 1, 2.
Years running the Kentuckian name.
2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
Kentuckian way back in the early 1970s. And good to have Wayne and his son Donnie here this weekend running here in Lufkin, Texas for the Outlaw Finals. And I'll tell you, this is one tough customer right here. Wayne Sullivan out of Warsaw, Kentucky. Just about an hour or so south of the Cincinnati area. Nestled right along the Ohio River, right there on the Ohio-Indiana border. Like we said, they'll run this modified here in the modified class, and also their two-wheeler will be out a little bit later on with son Donnie behind the wheel. So the Sullivan pulling team here out of Warsaw, Kentucky. Once again, they're all chasing Craig Ulmer with the Sweet Pain, and we'll get that distance in here for you right away. All right, fans, so the mark to beat here, 3:45 and 86 right now, 3:45 and 86. Here we go with the Kentuckian. All right, looks like going to be awful close to that number 2 spot here tonight. Right now, Don Nelson and the Texas Bullwhip in that number 2 spot here at 3:05 and 97.
312.95 feet, not the mark the Sullivans were looking for here. They're trying some things this weekend. That is a brand new set of tires. They just got them on just a few days ago. He did drift off to that right side, but I don't think he got the front end up like he really wanted to on that pass and transfer that power to the back tires.
Yeah, kind of got off to the right-hand side a little bit over that right-hand side, but nonetheless, a good one right there, fans. Right now, good enough for the number 2 spot at 312.95, 312.95 for Wayne Sullivan, fans. Let's give a nice round of applause coming down from Warsaw, Kentucky here tonight. So Vern Huser will be up next with the Say Goodbye tractor, Ken Urban with the Stud Mule, and then Wayne Longnecker with the River Rat in that number 3 position here.
You want to talk? Yes. Nobody's going to say anything. Form to the other side of the track.
Harness the power of Organics, over 800 species of live soil microbes from Organics Midwest to build soil health, increase yield, and reduce the need for fertilizer. It all comes down to soil health and investing in the legacy of your family's farm. OrganicsMidwest.com.
All right, Ron, well, we're heading down here to our current leader in the class, and Craig Ulmer, the Ulmer family, 8-time outlaw champions here. The Sweet Pain, Craig, tell us about that run. It looked picture perfect.
Oh, man, it felt amazing. I've been driving this thing for 30 years, and it was pretty hard to get a hold of coming out of the hole, and I'd use the brakes a little bit to keep it straight, but then, wow, does that ever feel good. Well, beats it. They deserve it. That's all theirs. I still enjoyed my night.
Well, I talked about that run as you went down the track. The weight could have been set just absolutely perfect on that run. I mean, just, absolutely perfect. You think anybody can bump it here tonight?
We're very fortunate here in Lufkin tonight. It's an outstanding mod class. The quality that's here is just crazy. So, yeah, there's guys back there that can beat that.
All right, well, we'll see how it holds up here tonight. Fans, let's give a nice round of applause. Our current leader, Craig Ulmer, and the Sweet Pain.
Next puller coming out, Vern Huser, comes out of Ankeny, Iowa. To say goodbye. Now this tractor running twin Hemis, but a little different setup. How they're set up on the tractor, they're not facing forward, they're facing outboard. The right engine's facing to the right, the left engine facing to the left. They both dump into one gearbox before going back to that rear axle. About 6,000 horsepower sitting out over the nose of this tractor. Now, Vern's got really close a few times this year. Very good running tractor, and we're looking for big things from him here tonight and tomorrow night. Good running tractor, still looking for the first win of this 2024 season.
Yeah, of course, and you talked about a longtime puller here in the state of Iowa. Kankakee, Iowa, over the years, running the Allisons, the Chevrolets, four-wheel drives. He's had the old Slater Shaker years ago.
Yep.
So a guy that he's been there, done that.
Been there, done that. He's been around the world of pulling for a long time, and he got the bug again. Dan, he got the bug again. He got it in a big way. Now he's running those two twin Hemis, pushing out over 6,000 horsepower. Going to take a good run to get past the triple Chevys, though. 345.86. That's the mark he's got to get past.
Well, Craig Ulmer, he told us, he said he thinks it can be beat. You got to have everything set just right. Let's see if Vern Huser can do it here tonight. Say goodbye.
Oh. .44 feet. He got close. Had a little trouble getting hooked up on that hole shot. You spoke of that hole shot earlier, Dan. You heard him backpedal the throttle. He was trying to slow the tires down, hoping they would hook up. Next time he went full throttle. Took him a little bit. Didn't get hooked up initially. Made a good pass. Moves into second place, but not what he was looking for.
Yeah, we talked, about that hole shot just a little bit ago. And as that's all going on right there, that box is still coming up the rails. No matter how fast or how slow you're going. So that weight is on you right there. And we'll go see if we can have a word with Vern here in just a little bit, and we'll talk about that hole shot.
Yeah, the front end come up rather nicely at mid-track, but he wanted to come up a little bit sooner and get a hold of it a little sooner than he did. 340.44 for Vern Huser, and say goodbye. Give a round of applause to Craig Ulmer over there. That's your leader. Comes out of Larchwood, Iowa. The Sweet Pain triple Chevy tractor is your number one tractor right now as we approach the halfway mark in the class. And the next puller going to be Kent Urban, the Stud Mule twin Hemi tractor out of Osceola, Nebraska. Now, interesting tractor coming up here. The engines on this tractor are pretty rare. Wasn't a whole lot of these 10-liter Aries engines built. They were built for hydroplane racing, for offshore boat racing, and they were made in limited quantities. The camshaft in these motors so high up in the block, the push rods are almost horizontal to the camshaft. So pretty interesting engine. Had a few good passes this summer. One pass in particular that sticks in my mind was the Friday night session at Thunder by the River in Whistler, Nebraska. He was running 37 miles an hour before he bent the push rods in the thing and came up short. So we're looking for big things from Kent Urban and a Stud Mule here.
All right, Ron, well, we're down here right now with Vern Huser. And Vern, you just took over that number 2 spot at 340. Tell us about that run out there. Looked like a little bit of trouble with the hole shot.
Well, a little slick on the beginning, and then I didn't get on it soon enough. I needed to get with the program earlier, and I was shooting for number 1, not number 2.
Well, I tell you made the Ulmer sweat a little bit down there. They're out 345. You went 340. If you wouldn't have had that little bit of trouble on the starting line, I think you would have got him here tonight.
A lot of ifs and buts.
That's right. That's what pulling's all about. Fans, Vern Huser, number 2 right now here in our modified class.
Now, this modified tractor class, all about combinations. You see all kinds of different combinations. You see the engines side by side, facing forward. You see one engine behind the other. Sometimes one engine's facing forward, one's facing backwards. We'll see that a little bit later in the class. Sometimes you see them outboard, facing outwards. These are facing forwards, bit of a slight angle.
How about crooked?
Crooked, yeah. They're kind of crooked. They're kind of cattywampus on there. The right one's kind of leaning right, the left one's leaning left. These are 10-liter Aries, Nick Aries supercharged power plants. These were built for boat racing, purpose-built for boat racing. Not a whole lot of these engines around.
Yeah, the Aries really didn't take off in the drag racing sport and other motorsports like they did in tractor pulling as well as boat racing. But I'll tell you, the Urban family, two-wheel drives over the years, many different kinds of modifieds over the years, and good to see them out here. The old Billy Loftus tractor here, the stud mule on the starting line here. And take a look at that setup. I tell you, the sitting crooked like that, something unique.
Now, Ken Urban himself, now he has some unique hobbies and jobs, I would say. You never know when you're going to see this guy with a top fuel drag racing team somewhere in the country turning wrenches. This guy's a very good mechanic, well known in the drag racing world for turning wrenches and crew chiefing for some drag teams, Top Alcohol and Top Fuel drag racing. Very knowledgeable guy. If you're a gearhead and you start talking about engines with him, it could be a long conversation. I'll just say that. Now, he's got his work cut out for him to get past those Chevrolets. He's got to get past 345.86. Keep an eye on that Schaefer oil liter barrel over there. Comes out of Osceola, Nebraska, Kent Urban and the Stud Mule.
All right, fans, excellent run right there. Let's give a nice round of applause. Osceola, Nebraska, right now. And Ken Urban, the stud mule tractor. Now, he worked over here left of center. We've seen the last couple tractors working over there the right side of the track, and Ken kind of let it drift here a little bit left of center. Going to be a good run here, 333.15. 333.15. And looks like unofficially that will put him in the number 3 spot right now. So number 3 for the tractor out of Nebraska. And we're just about halfway through. We still got a whole bunch more left to go here.
A lot of horsepower still to go down this track. And you could bet they're watching every single run and maybe tweak the way they were going to run their tractor. And you see a little bit more now how they're kind of easing it out of the hole. That the hole might be a little bit slick down there. Give Vernon Hughes a round of applause. He was talking about that. How that starting line was a little bit slick, but then he said he eased it out, and he told you that I should have got into it sooner.
Yeah,
but yeah, you just never know.
5 feet, that just 5 feet separates first and second right now, and as we've got the Ken Urban working that left of center out there on the track here tonight, so real consistent here for these modified pullers here tonight. As well, we've got one of the long-time runners here with the Outlaw Circuit. Mr. Wayne Longnecker will make his way to the line here, Cambridge, Iowa.
I was just thinking of that, Dan, looking at some of the legends on this list. This one legend just drove by us on a golf cart here, Wayne Sullivan.
We'll have to get Wayne's point of view.
Wayne Sullivan
here.
in the Kentucky.
We'll run a few more tractors before. You got to get Wayne's point of view to see exactly what he thought here tonight, because he'll tell it like it is. There's no doubt.
We got two legends here named Wayne Longnecker and Wayne Sullivan here tonight. Wayne Longnecker coming up. And the River Rat, this guy's been around for a long time. I've got pictures of this guy pulling in Kemper Arena in Kansas City back in the 80s. And he was well known for pulling V12 aircraft engines. He did the Allison thing, the single Allison, the 2 Allisons, the Allison and a half.
Yes.
Cut an Allison in half and ran an Allison and a half for a particular class. And he did the Rolls-Royce tractor that we saw start the class off. That used to be his tractor and actually won some championships with the Outlaws with that tractor.
So now I got to ask you the question, what made him go to the Hemis? Just a matter of, he said, it's it, we're just going to go with the Hemis? I mean, what was the final verdict?
I think he saw the way it was going. The Hemis were really starting to make the power, he was having trouble keeping up, and then getting parts. You can't buy parts for a 1941 Rolls-Royce V12.
You don't run out to your local O'Reilly's, right?
Exactly.
For the
a lot of the parts custom made, have to make them himself, and then the expense of making them, I think he just weighed his options. Thought, why not go with the Hemis where I can buy the parts from the suppliers and make the horsepower I need to make. Quit chasing the horsepower.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to go back over here to the right-hand side of the track here. 5-time Outlaw champion here. And one of the guys that actually started the Outlaws back in the early 90s right here on the start line. So Wayne Longnecker out of Cambridge, Iowa, just north of Des Moines.
Yeah, spots a sled over on the right side. It'll be interesting. Watch the whole shot. Let's see how he comes out here and drives this thing. 345.86. It's all in the whole shot right now.
Fans, so distance comes in here at 3:31 and 93. 3:31 and 93 for Wayne Longnecker here tonight. And Ron, we're starting to stack them up right around that 330 foot mark here, 330 to 335 here in our modified class here tonight, fans. Let's give Wayne Longnecker a nice round of applause out of Cambridge, Iowa, and the River Rat. All right, fans, so just to get you caught up here, modified class. Craig Ulmer leads the way with Sweet Pain 343, 45 and 86, number 2 spot. We got Vern Huser with the Say Goodbye tractor at 340.44. And then we'll put Ken Urban with the Stud Mule at 333.15. Currently our top 3 here in our modified class as we have reached the halfway point, and we've got our current points leader making his way to the start line.
This guy coming up here, Cameron Neebs, comes out of McAdoo, Texas. He's always had a good combination with his twin Hemis. You know, a few years back, he ran a 3-engine Chevy combination, and he run that combination for years, went to the Hemis, and the tractor has never ran as complete as it has this season. Starting July 18th, he put on a set of Pro Puller tires, the new Pro Puller 12-ply tires, and he never looked back. He won 8 of 11 hooks since July 18th when he put those new tires on.
Well, I can tell you what, I mean, as far as this tractor coming to the National Farm Machinery Show in February, he adds that third engine, comes run with the 4-engine tractors, and that tractor came to life this year in Louisville. Qualified for the finals, had a beautiful, beautiful pass, made the winner's circle with the tractor, and then, like you say, it kind of catapulted him into the summer there, and he has had just an outstanding year. Looking to pick up career championship number 2 here this weekend.
Yeah, he is pumped to come down here. He can finish off the season and close the deal on a points championship right here in his home state here in Texas. So I know Cameron is pretty excited about this one. And you were talking about going to Louisville and doing the 3-engine thing, and he does the Pullers Championship, and he adds that third engine as well. And he doesn't run that combination normally. So that's a completely different animal with that third engine. He's out there in no man's land doing things he's never done with that third Hemi on there. So, kudos to him for doing that and trying it. Like you said, he was successful at it at the Farm Machinery Show.
And like you said, years previous to that, really struggled with that combination, trying to get everything just right. And like you said, this year he hit on it, and he's looking for big things. Qualified to get into the truck show as well the following month, so it is really transformed. Now take a look at where Cameron's going to spot that sled, fans. He's going to move it over here left of center, Everybody else that we've seen in this class has started there over on the right-hand side.
You know, sometimes it's about gambling. Sometimes I was going to say, you know, we've seen everybody go right. Some of them come towards the center. Cameron's going to go left. He's going to gamble here. Or maybe he saw something on that left side. You know, Kyle Petch was talking to us. He said there's a soft spot out there somewhere. He didn't tell us where it was at. But all those drivers walk the track. They know what it's like. So, and he's done a good job all season. He's currently in the lead. He's like a 30-point lead over the number 2 tractor. So he's going to try some new things here and see if he can get past the Sweet Pain tractor.
Yeah, once again, that mark to beat 3:45.86. Check out that lead distance marker.
Ho-ho!
What do you fans, what do you think, huh? Did he do it? Man. All right, fans, he had to go better than 3:45.86. He goes 3:45.09. Number 2 here tonight, fans. Let's give a nice round of applause. Cameron Neves out of McAdoo, Texas.
Now, I'm thinking of that in my brain here. He's 77 hundredths of a foot behind. That's about 9 inches, a little over 9 inches.
I don't have my official NTPA statistician with me here this weekend, but yeah.
Yeah, 77 hundredths, a little over 3/4 of a foot.
Yeah.
So that'd be just a little over 9 inches. Difference between first and second. Right now, good pass, though, the best one we've seen, except for the Sweet Pain, who's, wow, he laid down a good hook early in the class.
Yeah, they're putting on a show here tonight, fans. I normally say, you know, we talk about, you know, the Super Farm class likes to stack them up like that. You don't really see that with the modifieds, and they are putting on a show here tonight. And we'll see if we can have a word with Cameron as he makes his way around the bend down there.
Featuring Titan LSW technology. LSW tires provide track-like performance, even in adverse conditions. With 24-hour tire service and a large selection of used tires and wheels, Graham Tire is committed to keeping you running. Visit www.grahamtire.com to find a location near you.
Are you sick and tired of fighting over who has to drive to the store and order the belts you need? Then check out offroadbelts.com. With hundreds of thousands of belts available and new ones added every day, we always have the belts you need. With pricing this good, you can even afford to get a spare. offroadbelts.com.
The passion to make this season better than the last. Since the beginning, it's been our goal too. Ours is a story of innovation, but there's still work to be done. Because as you know all too well, success doesn't come to those who wait.
Tractor have been hooked ever since. Pulled all over the country. You can go on YouTube right now and look up the Ohio State Fair. You can look up the Houston Astrodome.
Yes, that's the first place.
1, 2.
So Don Nelson working off the left side of the track. Now Cameron Easy said, hey, everybody was working over there on the right side of the track. We're going to bounce things over, and it worked out over there. But Don Nelson got off to that left-hand side a little bit too far here. Had to hit the brake, bring that tractor back around here. So the Twisted Whip entry, currently sitting number 4 in the points here. So as we talked about here tonight, Don going to be a busy guy here tonight. He'll get off this Twisted Whip tractor. He'll head back towards the starting line. And he's got another modified, his third tractor, that he'll be running here tonight. So he's going to be a tired puppy by the end of the night here. They've got a couple two-wheelers to run as well. So fans, let's give him a nice round of applause. Don Nelson with the Twisted Whip here tonight. Number 4 in the championship points here as you take a look at the pile of dirt that they're kicking up here. This track very consistent here tonight. We're seeing that early from all the way over on the right side, all the way over the left side. As we'll get the distance in here for Don Nelson with that Twisted Whip, as we're going to do something a little bit different here, as we've got some more aircraft power. As Kyle Petch will be up here with the Thermal Thunder out of Milford, Nebraska, as he makes his way back to Poland. They've been off a couple of years getting this tractor put back together. Used to run a single turbine over the years. All right, fans, so pull distance for Don Nelson with the Twisted Whip tractor was 324.09. 324.09 as Kyle Petch makes his way to the starting line. Milford, Nebraska with the Thermal Thunder T55 turbines ×2 on this entry. And good to see Kyle back out on the circuit, the 2009-2010 Outlaw champion. Currently sitting number 6 here in the points. Now, put this tractor together during the offseason. Been a couple years since we've seen the Thermal Thunder out on the circuit, correct?
Yeah, Kyle's son got involved a couple of years ago. We started a Young Guns program sponsored by Titan International, and his 16-year-old son, Kaysen, started driving the tractor, and I think it kind of rejuvenated the vigor in the Petch camp there, and they really got back into pulling in a big way. Kaysen's back home at college watching right now. He's bummed because he couldn't be here, but you know what? He couldn't find a better driver than his dad here. Kyle knows every inch of this machine, as well as his dad, Fred Petch, who is mechanicing this weekend. He's the crew chief. Twin T55 Lycoming helicopter turbines. Now, these engines are what you find in a Chinook helicopter, the big twin rotor Chinook helicopters. And oddly enough, one of these engines served time on Miss Budweiser. Miss Budweiser, one of these engines used to be on the water racing.
All right, fans, so the mark to beat here, 345 at 86, 345, 86. Sweet Pain still leads the way.
Now, what it did right there, Dan, is exactly, I talked to Fred last night and today. They've been fighting this issue, and it happens with the turbine tractors. I don't know why, but it lifts the right tire, and the right tire likes to take off and spin almost uncontrollably. The engines still spin clockwise, just like most V8 engines do, but for some reason, it lifts that right rear, and that right rear will actually grow. And when it does that, it makes the left rear hook harder, and it tries to turn right. So when Fred talks about that, was telling me last night and today, I just seen it happen out there as Kyle was trying to rein that thing in and keep it on the track as it was trying to make a right turn.
Yeah, definitely making some serious power out there, but unfortunately got off to that right-hand side, fans. Let's give a nice round of applause. Kyle Petch here out of Milford, Nebraska. That Thermal Thunder here tonight. And we'll get the distance in here for it. Close here. Did he keep it in bounds? He got over there up against the chalk pretty close. We talked about that earlier. You touch the chalk and you are disqualified. All right, fans. So unfortunately, yes, he did touch the chalk over there on the right-hand side. So unfortunately, going to be a disqualification out at 2:48.86 is where he went out of bounds. But that will be scored as a DQ here tonight. So we'll see the Turbine team. They'll take it back to the pits and, like you say, go back to wrenching, trying to figure out what that issue is on that tractor.
Quite the conundrum, too, because what he's going to do when it starts to go right is he's going to grab that left brake to try to turn it back left. You grab that left brake, guess what that right wheel does? It zooms even faster. So quite the conundrum they've got ahead of them here to get that figured out. And they've called other turbine tractor drivers, multi-engine turbine drivers around the country. They contacted the Bargees about the issue. They contacted Donald Dean in Ohio just to see what they were doing, and they're trying to figure it out and trying to use the brakes to figure it out. They have a couple sets of brakes on it, and obviously back to the drawing board after that run because we've seen it happen right there in front of us.
Yeah, absolutely. A tough break there for that team as well. We're getting down to it here. Just a couple more left to go as Don Nelson will bring out his third entry here tonight. Now, this is going to be the inaugural, the debut.
Maiden voyage.
The maiden
for
voyage,
the new track.
you name it.
He hasn't even named it yet, speaking of names.
Yeah.
And he's kind of looking for names. I told him last night, I thought, how about, he likes to do the bullwhip thing. He's got the Texas bullwhip.
The little whip.
He's got the little whip, two-wheel drive. He's got the twisted whip. And I said, how about extremely whipped? How about that? You get. I don't know if he liked that one or not. He didn't like that one too much.
Or whipped reloaded. That
whipped
seems to
reloaded.
Be, everybody reloads everything nowadays. That seems to be a. But Scott Brackett, the Outlaw, will be our final tractor. So 2 to go here. I told Donald earlier we were talking about it, and he's had a couple ideas. He wouldn't give me what the ideas were, but I kind of like the Texas Flash name. But I said in order to do that, we'd have to go the blue, though. You can't go with the purple with the Texas Flash, but.
I think it's going to have something to do. Everything is whip. We've heard whip it, maybe, whip it good. I don't know, like the Devo from the 80s there, that song. But
Ron, you're dating us a little bit there.
Yeah. Right now it's just Bullwhip Motorsports. That's we're going to go with that name right now. So 2 tractors to go. Donald Nelson and his brand new tractor. Twin Hemis on this one. Maiden voyage for it. The Ken Vaney Hemis on it, putting out just over 6,000 horsepower total. And then Scott Brackett and the Outlaw coming out of Missouri, coming out of Pleasant Hill, Missouri, running twin Hemis as well.
Yeah, so once again, 3:45.86 leads the way to Sweet Pain. And Craig Ulmer leading the way here. Cameron Eve sits number 2 at 3:45.09. And then we've got Vern Huser sitting number 3 with Say Goodbye at 3:40.44. So real tight class of modifieds here tonight. We're not done yet as we'll bring out the brand new ride here for Don Nelson.
Ag Leader. Cab to cab, season to season, Ag Leader. It start with unrivaled planter and seed control, monitor harvest in and out of the field, nourish and protect with optimum applications, carry decision-making tools wherever you go. Seamlessly connect your entire operation with Ag Leader. Check them out at agleader.com.
And fans, make sure you do get over to the official Outlaw Novelty stand. good-looking programs. That's one thing about the Outlaw Circuit each and every year. A beautiful, beautiful program, all kinds of color pictures, all your favorite pullers. So make sure you do grab one of those. Nice souvenir to take home here from this big pull here this weekend here in Lufkin, Texas.
Yeah, 123 pages. That program just keeps getting bigger, just like the Outlaw seasons do as we continue to grow here in the Midwest. Spots a sled over on the left side, far left side, the furthest left we've seen anybody spot the sled so far in the class, Dan.
Yeah, we've seen the other tractor, the Twisted Whip tractor. He drifted off to the left side. Here we go. All right, fans, I would have to say successful there for the maiden voyage. Fans, let's give him a nice round of applause. Donald Nelson and the brand new Bullwhip Motorsports ride. We see a little bit of a spray there, a little bit of the oil spraying out the front there. But for the most part, everything looks good to go there. 3:29 and 96 a distance. 3:29 and 96 for Don Nelson here tonight with the brand new tractor.
Now that's what you call a successful test pass right there, when he got right in the mix there at the end of the track. First time ever down the track for that tractor. For Donald Nelson, the brand new Bullwhip Motorsports machine out of Cat Spring, Texas.
Well, you know, Ron, another aspect about pulling, no practice, no qualifying out there. You got to make sure you got to, years ago you go out and hook to the old oak tree, but that don't work anymore,
Yeah,
the old
hard to simulate that pulling sled, and those pulling sleds are kind of pricey, so not everybody has one of those. If you have a good friend that has one who's willing to let you use it, then yeah, you're great. You get some practice, but otherwise your practice happens right here in front of the crowd in competition.
All right, so we'll take just a couple minutes here as we'll get that oil taken care of down there as the brand new Bullwhip Motorsports tractor kind of marks its territory down there at the end of his run after 3:29 and 96. 3:29 and 96. So we're down to one. The Outlaw tractor out of Missouri. Tough running entry. Haven't seen him run out on the Outlaw circuit for quite a few years.
Yeah, he's pulled with us some this year, usually when we're in his area there around Pleasant Hill or in Missouri. We pull in Nebraska, Iowa, South Dakota, Missouri, Kansas, Texas, Oklahoma.
Ron, I got to ask you, how many miles do you guys put on in a year?
Oh, geez, I don't know. I changed the oil several times on the motorhome, I'll tell you that. But I'll have to look at that after this weekend and see how many miles we've logged this year. But, yeah, Bracken, now, he's one of those guys I used to announce for the Missouri State Tractor Pullers Association, and he pulled with that organization. And one thing I can tell you about Scott is that he's kind of like Richard Morris when we were talking in the show earlier. He does not pull back on the throttle until he sees a red flag or it stops. It could be on fire, blowing oil out every header on the tractor. He's going to keep the hammer down until it stops, or he's told to stop by giving the red flag.
All right, so once again, going to work that left-hand side of the track. Scott Bracken, Pleasant Hill, Missouri, just east of the Kansas City area. Two-time Outlaw champion here back in 96 and 97. And like I say, a long time ago here, but definitely got the tools to get the job done here.
Yeah, he used to have the Hemi sitting in line, crank-to-crank type setup. A few years back, he went with this combination, stair-step the back Hemi and turned it around backwards. So the back engine is actually facing the driver, the front engine facing forward, and they empty into the same gearbox. 526 Chrysler Hemis on the Outlaw.
All right, fans, so final tractor here in the modified class, Scott Bracken and the Outlaw. Once again, 3:45.86 to mark the beat. 3:45.86. Watch that lead distance marker over there on the right-hand side of the track. That's what he's looking to beat here tonight. Excellent class, the modifieds. We'll roll on into the 3.0 diesel trucks. We'll be up next. Night one, Lufkin, Texas. Dragging and pulling in the pines.
It was mashing on that right brake just a little bit. You can see the wheels turned right as they were in the air. Had good balance, but was pushing on the right brake just a little bit as he got a little too close for comfort with that left chalk boundary.
So we see just a little bit of oil underneath, a little bit of blow-by underneath one of those big Hemis there. 288.70, 288.70, the mark here for Scott Bracken with the Outlaw tractor out of the state of Missouri here tonight. So that will conclude our modified class here tonight. As we've got, we'll get our rundown here, top 5 finishers here in the modified class here tonight. As it looks like, we are going to have the Ulmer family going to pick up a win number 5 on the season here. And he will, of course, defend that Lufkin championship of Friday night 1 year ago. So back-to-back on Friday night, this tractor picks up the win here. As the Sweet Pain will be our winner here tonight, 345.86, number 2 spot. We'll go to the Cotton Candy and Cameron Eves out of McAdoo, Texas at 345.09. Number 3 spot will be Vern Huser with the Say Goodbye tractor at 340.44. Finishing up number 4 was the Ken Urban with the Stud Mule tractor.
This year, or this month.
Repeat that again. Tell me the first time, what do you like?
This first time, I really like it, man. It was a good pull.
What's your favorite part?
Tractor pulls.
Yeah. What do you guys got to say for yourself?
Hey, we're having a pretty good pull here.
Where are we at?
We're somewhere in Texas.
Lufkin, Texas.
Lufkin, Texas. In fact, I think we're in a little town just west of Lufkin.
That's right.
Okay.
What class is your favorite class?
Well, of course, the modified, because I pull modified.
Oh, that would be why.
That wasn't a real good question. But
how many horses you got under here?
Not quite enough.
Better luck tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a lot of competition here. Don't kid yourself.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, sir.
Get the hell out.
Coltrane Energy. Also check them out on Facebook, Instagram. Based out of Syracuse, Missouri. You can also stop back here by the souvenir trailer tonight. Coltrane is on hand. They got cold Coltrane now with 4 awesome flavors. Original, watermelon, peach, and sugar-free. Check them out at Coltrane.com.
And Ron, I got to ask you, what's your favorite flavor?
Watermelon. I love the watermelon.
The watermelon. All right.
Original and watermelon. I like the peach, too. I had never tried the sugar-free, actually, but I'm sure it's pretty good as well. Big thanks to DeKalb, the official seed corn of the Outlaws. The perfect match for maximum performance. See for yourself what Tri-Volt herbicide can do for your DeKalb seed. Get consistent weed control up to 8 weeks in a variety of weather conditions. Tri-Volt plus DeKalb. Check them out at DeKalb.com. Yeah, speaking of those vendors back here, we got a lot of vendors on the grounds. The Iron Rose, vendors, Coltrane Energy, the Beer Money Pulling Team, 7G's Home Goods, Joanne Rose, CMV Shield, the Truck Photo Company, Texas Truck Market, the Drop Shop, Altum, Gamma Oilfield Services, Rush Truck Centers of Lufkin, WPI, Rockin' B, Dews Record, ABC Auto, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, Class Phase Fabrications, Hot Rig Apparel, Frosty Frog Customs, and Kelly's Truck. Kelly's Truck out of Lufkin.
in nature, on the farm, at demos, on the farm, in the moments, on the farm, in the conversation, on the farm. With Case IH AFS Connect, you're free to farm, share data,
Superstock diesel truck going to make an exhibition somewhere throughout the program as well. So all kinds of goodies. Make sure you do get back there and support these fine vendors here in Lufkin. Speaking of goodies, it's been pretty good. Well, that's what brought it on a break, right? We're on a break between classes, so you want to head over and get you something to eat, something to drink, stop over at the Outlaw Souvenir Trailer, get you a program, get you some earplugs. We're still going to make some noise.
At Frosted Frog, our mission is to offer quality, durable, reasonably priced coolers suitable for any occasion. They come in a variety of sizes that are perfect for everyone, from vacations, social gatherings, fun summer events, to the toughest conditions of a hard day's work. So stay frosty by visiting our website, www.frostedfrog.com, and choose from the great variety of colors and sizes we carry today.
Wish we'd have put these tires on a long time ago, because they would have saved me a whole lot of time and money. Titan came to us with the best program and basically gave us the most bang for our buck. We've been very happy.
When we switched over to Goodyear, we were down way less. That converted over to tens of thousands of dollars over the course of a year.
Newman going to be the first puller. I think this is a Ford, the fairway runner. Garrett Addington, the sledgehammer, is a Chevrolet. Mike McCoy out of the state of Missouri, the Red Cloud Ford. And then Roper Brown in the Holland Grass truck, 16-year-old Roper Brown, rookie this season with the Outlaws.
Oh, there we go. All right, how my fans doing over on the pit side? You guys out there, where's my pit side fans? Boy, they're still not in it, I'll tell you. I don't know. How about you folks over here on the grandstand side? You guys in it here tonight? That's how you get it done. I don't know what's going on over there. You might have to help them out, Ron.
All right, well, we have less people over here. I think maybe that's what. Maybe we should go over there. Maybe over there. Let's go over there and talk to them.
And whip it up.
We'll be back. We'll be back.
All right, let's see if we can get these. See what's going on over here as we take a look at our track here. Well, track conditions looking good here tonight.
Yeah, I could see where this could hold some horsepower for sure. I could see where this could take some horsepower. How's everybody doing over here? Y'all having a good time?
There we go. Yeah,
that's all we needed. Well, I think they were confused. You said the pit side, and yeah, I guess there are a few tractors down here. They don't realize they're on the pit side.
What would you call that? Drag strip side?
How about the party side? Can we call this the party side?
There we go, party side.
All right, this is the party side of the track.
All right.
All right, how y'all doing down here? Everybody having a good time? Hey, Dan, we are in Texas. If you're having fun on that side and this side, say yeehaw. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I tell you what, folks, I look forward to this event every year. This is one of my favorites in the season coming down here to Lufkin. It just keeps getting bigger and better, and more people keep coming. I get excited every year to come to this one.
Well, I'll tell you, we're in Texas. We got to find out what is the drink of choice here in Texas. What are you guys drinking? What? Michelob. All right, I'm kind of surprised by that. All right. Uh-oh, they're passing around something in a jar there. We're going to walk away here. We didn't see that.
I don't think that's the official label of the drink on the jar.
Yeah.
Look like a pickle jar or something they're passing around.
All right, so just about ready to go here. Pro Stock four-wheel drive trucks here tonight. Lufkin, Texas. Beautiful night for pulling. We're glad you fans have decided to spend the evening with us.
Yeah, and for those of you, if you didn't hear earlier, we are live streaming this event. You could be on TV tonight. You could be on Outlaw Pulling TV or Full Pull Live. So we are live to the planet.
And
you could be anywhere in the world.
Download the Full Pull Picks app, and you can put maybe win a little bit of money here tonight. As you make sure you get your picks in before the class starts. Get $20 free by signing up the Full Pull app. You could be a big winner.
Yeah, folks, we're going to get pulling here in just a moment. It looks like they're about done with the sled, taking the weight out. Now, there's still weights in there. They can take them all out. But we had that wagon loaded heavy for those modified tractors. So these trucks make some smoke now. About 1,200 horsepower in these V8s. They're burning VP Racing gasoline. VP Racing fuel, the official fuel, the spec fuel to Outlaws. Actually, every vehicle going down this track tonight and all season long burning VP Racing fuels. So they also have additives for your daily driver and for your outdoor power equipment. You can check them out at vpracingfuels.com. DOT street tires, they cannot modify these tires. They can't cut on them or manipulate them in any way. It must be exactly as they come out of the mold from the factory. And they're 33 inches tall, no taller, and no wider than 12.5 inches wide. Now that VP Racing fuel I was talking about, Q16 is the fuel of choice in this class. It's an oxygenated racing fuel, 116 octane. You thought 91 octane was powerful stuff at the pump, but
well, Ron, you had to go to Sunoco to get the 94, right? Yeah, then you were a hot rod back then, right?
Yeah, you'll be able to smell the fuel here in a moment. It does have its own unique smell to it, I will say. First puller is Joy Newman, the fairway runner. The left front tire was along for the ride. The left front was not pulling for him, so not sure if he's got a broken hub or a broken axle on that left front.
All right, well, do we have any Ford fans out there tonight? Where's our Ford fans? All right, Ford country down here. We'll see here in a minute. Now, that will set the mark. Now, he will have that option whether or not he can take or turn down this run. Now, he did have some breakage on the trucks here, so... we will wait and see here. Looks about it.
270.32, Dan, and he's turning it down, and for obvious reasons, the left front was not pulling. He may want to rethink this decision unless it wasn't locked in. I'm not sure he has lockers on it or automatic lockers, but if something's broke in there, he may want to hang on to that pass, so just saying.
The old days of the manual hubs.
So, yeah, three-wheel drive won't get it out here. You got to have all four of them locked in. And the left front was just kind of along for the ride there.
So we got a distance here, 270.33. And he gave us the thumbs down, so they're going to take that truck back over in the pit area and hopefully be able to rectify the problem there. All right, looks like they're multiplying over there on the party side as we've seen some more vehicles pulling on in here as they fill it up over there. So Troy Newman, the fairway runner, the Ford machine. Turn down that run here as we'll have Garrett Addington with the sledgehammer coming up next here.
All right, said they're going to go ahead and drop a weight out of the sled. Get them a little further down the track as well here. So scratch that 270.33. And that resets the class. And once outlaw rules, when you reset the class, there are no more test hooks. So the next puller is the first puller without a test hook. So they have to take whatever they get.
So basically the Louisville rule.
Yep.
That's the only other place
Exactly.
that I've seen them.
Okay. Frosted Frog, coolers and tumblers. Frosted Frog, you want to keep your cold stuff cold for days on end. You want to check out frostedfrog.com, or better yet, stop over at the Outlaw Souvenir Trailer tonight, where they have a limited selection of Frosted Frog coolers. Lots of different sizes, shapes, styles, and colors. Also check out the tumblers as well. Check them out at frostedfrog.com. And a sledgehammer.
All right. What do you say, Chevrolet tonight? Yeah. The sledgehammer.
317.20, 317.2 to lead us off. Once again, we restarted the class, and he's the first puller. Off-road belts, belts to power everything from your vacuum cleaner to your oil rig, offroadbelts.com. Give them a call at 877-479-6266 or go to offroadbelts.com. Tell them what belt you need or what piece of equipment you have you need the belt for. They'll send your belt directly to your door. Offroadbelts.com. EcoTuning.com, your diesel tuning experts and trusted diesel tuning partner for over 18 years. Tuning all things ag since 2005 for most makes and models. Needing help with the Common Rail Pulling Project? EcoTuning.com has you covered. Turbo calculations, injector sizing, pump sizing, and software tuning. Check them out at EcoTuning.com, where you get more power using less fuel with your ag equipment. EcoTuning.com.
All right, fans, so Chevrolet leads the way, the Sledgehammer, 317.20, as we bring out another Ford out on the track here. Mike McCoy, Red Cloud, out of Archie, Missouri, just south of Kansas City here tonight. Good run and ride right here.
Yeah, this is a good running truck, engine built out of Iberia, Missouri, a well-known Ford engine builder in Missouri. Brett Powell, he is a Ford big block guru, if you will. Actually has a couple of four-wheel drive pulling trucks himself. He's his engine builder. This guy, Mike McCoy, used to be the president for several years for the Missouri State Tractor Pullers Association, and used to have two trucks in competition, him and his brother, and his dad part of that pulling team as well. Good running Ford. This will be a high winder here. He'll be turning over probably 9,000 RPM and pushing that 10,000 RPM envelope there. So any Ford fans, we got a Chevrolet coming up and another Ford coming up. Do we have any Ford fans in the crowd? Any Ford people, make some noise. This is a good one. Now, he won down here a few years back, brought the truck down when we had the class, and actually got a win on one of the two sessions. But a good running Ford out of Archie, Missouri.
What do you think, Ford fans? Yeah, we're going to move that lead distance mark out just a little bit further here. All right.
327.33, new leader. Ford moves into the lead. The Red Cloud goes number one, 327.33.
Hey, Ron, we're down here with Troy Newman, the first hook in the class here tonight. Troy, we seen you make your run here tonight. Three-wheel drive looked like we weren't pulling in that front end.
We're going to go back and try something different.
So you're going to go back and try to get that truck fixed? All right. You turned it down, and he's going to go back to the start line. So we'll see him come on back here, fans. They're going to give it another shot here. Turn down that first run.
Now watching the Red Cloud come down the track here, he went 327.33. He did move into the lead, but he got out of the throttle a little bit early. Truck was still moving forward a little bit. You don't normally see him pull back on a throttle when they're still moving down the track, but it was rough. The front end was trying to soak up the bumps, and I think Mike made the decision, hey, I want to pull tomorrow night too. Let's not break my truck. I moved into the lead, so let's just pull back on the throttle now so I can come back and play tomorrow night as well.
All right, so Roper Brown, and then we'll go back to the top of the class. Troy Newman, like you said, they got that truck fixed. They said they're going to give it another
Good
shot
deal.
here.
Good deal. Yeah, strong running truck out of Texas. Now, speaking of strong running trucks, the next one coming up, former points champion truck in the class. Now, not the driver. The driver was too young at the time. We're talking 2020 season. Roper Brown, his dad, Derek Brown, won the points in 2020, the COVID year of truck and tractor pulling. He won the points with this truck called Holland Grass out of Seneca, Missouri. And he is a rookie, 16-year-old rookie, just started pulling. Actually, the first time he hooked the truck was last year in between shows during the day here in Lufkin. The first time he ever drove it when he was 15, and wow, was he nervous.
Who wouldn't be, right?
Right.
Now, Ron, what was your first ride?
My first ride was a truck that my dad bought new in 1979. I turned it into a pulling truck. But I made it gradual. I didn't. Okay. Nobody stuck me in a 1,250 horse pulling truck. Okay. I started out with like 400, and then 500, and then the 750, and you know what I mean. So it was a gradual thing. But yeah, I could see where you'd be nervous. You put me in that truck right now, yeah, my clutch foot would be shaking for sure.
All right, going to work that right side of the track here. So Roper Brown, a Holland Grass entry out of Seneca, Missouri. Now we've seen Mike McCoy over here on the left-hand side with the Red Cloud machine.
Yeah, Roper going to try that right side there. Good running Chevrolet pickup, 16-year-old driver. Now, Holland Grass, they run a landscaping business. There's Seneca, Missouri. And they have two trucks that they pull with this team. They have a modified four-wheel drive as well, called High Class Grass. This is the first truck in that team, the Holland Grass. Got to beat 327.33, the mark set by the Ford of Mike McCoy. Both trucks out of Missouri. How many Chevrolet fans do we have in the crowd tonight? Any Chevrolet people here today? Help him out. He can hear you down there in the cab of that pickup. Make some noise. If you want to see the Chevrolet beat the Ford, got to let him know. 327.33, the mark to beat. Green flags for Roper Brown, Holland Grass.
Oh, yeah. Where's our Chevy fans tonight? Chevrolet. There we go. 334.76 fans. We got a new leader.
Yeah, puts about 7 feet, about 7.5 feet on Mike McCoy. But one thing I couldn't help but notice was how much smoother it was on that side. He had a lot smoother go of it on that right side. So the Ford goes number 2 with one to go still. We still got another one, but Ford's in second. Mike McCoy in Red Cloud. And the Chevrolet of Roper Brown moves into the top spot at 334.76.
All right, so we're going to see Troy Newman coming on back here with the fairway runner, the 78, 79-ish Ford entry that we saw had some issues with that front end. But back there, they got everything they think sorted out on this truck. So one final truck to go, and then we'll go 3-0 diesel truck pulling here tonight. And we'll see if we can have a word with Roper as he brings that truck around here.
Northwoods heads of champions for OEM, recast, and billet heads, whether it's diesel spark, truck, or tractor with 5-axis CNC porting technology. Northwoods Heads had you covered. NorthwoodsEngineering.com. Perryland Ag Supply, superior quality, 24/7 service, manufactured, made in the good old U.S. of A. Laird Manufacturing. Check them out at LairdManufacturing.com. Stop Fire Fire Extinguishers, the official fire extinguisher of the Outlaws. Performance when it matters most. The world's best fire extinguisher. Stop Fire. Fire extinguishers, you can get one at ake.com. Put out the fire with zero mess. Stop Fire Fire Extinguishers.
All right, fans, so Roper Brown with that Chevrolet, our current leader, 334.76. Mike McCoy sits number 2 with the Red Cloud, the Ford machine at 327.33. And then we'll put the Sledgehammer, Garrett Addington, at 317.20 in that number 3 spot. So one to go here in our Pro Stock 4-wheel drive class here tonight.
Hey, big thanks to gold sponsors this week in D&J Roofing, Fast Fuel Systems, Coltrane Energy, H&E Equipment Rentals, Toyak Energy Services, WC Tractor, Valor Clutches, Collier Tire, East Texas Truck Collision, Gamma Oilfield Services, Dews Wrecker, Quattro T, Big Rig Apparel, and ABC Tank. Big thanks to those gold sponsors of Dragging and Pulling into Pines 2024. Ford people, you got another shot here. Last one in the class. This was the first puller. Come out here, pulled in with 3 wheels pulling. He only had 3. Now they think that the hub on the left front is fixed here. So it should be in 4-wheel drive. Plus, we eased it up a little bit. Took a weight out of the box. So we restarted the class. So he'll be the last puller. And Ford going to get the last say here, Dan.
Yeah, here we go. 334.76. The mark to beat.
Ford fans, where you at? Make some noise. Got to get it past the Chevrolet.
Oh, he made it close. He made it close.
327.58, going to be good enough for the number 2 spot as he edges out Mike McCoy's mark of 327.33, 25/100ths of a foot. So about 3 inches separating second and third there. First place going to go to Roper Brown with the Holland Grass Chevy. Your number 2 truck is Troy Newman. And fairway runner number 3 going to be Mike McCoy in the Red Cloud, and number 4 going to be Garrett Addington and the Sledgehammer.
Now, fans, coming up here next, we've got our Pro Stock, the 3.0 Limited Pro Stock diesel trucks will be up next. Make sure you do head on over to Full Pull Picks, as you can pick 2 of the top finishers here tonight. We got the Megatron truck legal limits, spooled up Kong, and the farm truck. You just got to pick 2 of those to finish in the top 3, and you will be a winner. So make sure you do head on over to Full Pull Picks before this class starts and get your 2 picks in here. And just to tell you, the Megatron truck and the legal limits right now are sitting 1 and 2 in points. Just a little bit of heads up right there, but you know.
Big thanks to Schaefer Oil and Specialized Lubricants. Been doing their thing since 1839. Wow, the company's been around for a while. You don't stay in business that long unless you have a good quality, superior product. For better fuel mileage, more power, and more time between changes, more miles between oil changes, check out Schaefer Oil at SchaeferOil.com. Not the best because we're the oldest, but the oldest because we're the best. Schaefer Oil.
Frosted Frog, our mission is to offer quality, durable, reasonably priced coolers suitable for any occasion. They come in a variety of sizes that are perfect for everything, from vacations, social gatherings, and fun summer events to the toughest conditions of a hard day's work. So stay frosty by visiting our website, www.frostedfrog.com, and choose from the great variety of colors and sizes we carry today.
Farm Rescue, our mission is to help family farmers and ranchers in a crisis. This way it be a major injury, illness, or natural disaster. We come in with donated equipment, and together we combine that with business to come in and help these families in their time of need. I'm always trying to partner with the absolute best companies in what they do.
From a Goodyear farm tire standpoint, we're just so happy to be part of it.
Honestly, don't know what we'd do without Farm Rescue.
There's two types of drivers out there. Drivers who know how to protect their investment and drivers who don't. Car owners who know how to get more miles per gallon and owners who don't. We're talking people who know their Schaefer and people who don't. Which one are you? From cars to trucks to diesel workhorses, whatever you drive, there's a Schaefer synthetic oil for you. Do you know your Schaefer? Ask for it at an automotive retailer near you.
All right, Ron, well, I'm down here right now with the winner of our Pro Stock four-wheel drive class tonight, Roper Brown. Tell us about that run. Now, we had seen the competitors work that left side of the track. You tried something completely different. You went way over there on the right side. What did you see over there?
Got to be different. Right side was a lot harder than that left. That's what's better.
Well, I'll tell you, it seemed to work out good for you here tonight. Who would you like to thank for helping you get in the winner's circle?
I'd thank mostly my parents, my mom and dad, and I'd thank my whole family and all the other people that helps in the long run get here tonight.
Well, I'll tell you what, all the Chevrolet fans in the crowd here tonight, they were loving it.
I appreciate that a lot. It's a long haul from Seneca, Missouri.
Yeah, it is to come down here to Texas, but I'll tell you, they were happy you did it.
Yeah, this is probably the best SAE thing for ag, so.
Absolutely. Winner here tonight, fans. Let's give a nice round of applause for Roper Brown in the Chevrolet. Yeah, congratulations, Roper Brown. Had a great rookie season here in 2024. Big thanks to Steffes Auctions, your local auction expert since 1960. If you're planning to sell land, real estate, excess equipment, or other assets, book your 2024 or 2025 auction with the Steffes Group. Check them out at steffesgroup.com. Come on, I want to hear you, party side. You guys are getting quiet over there. You want a T-shirt? Let's go. Folks, give me a round of applause as he rolls by. Winner of the Pro Stock 4x4 class, Roper Brown there, the Holland Grass Chevy. Going to take home all the marbles here tonight. He'll come back tomorrow night. Let's see if he can make a perfect weekend, go 2 for 2. Well, like he talked about in his interview there, he said, hey, a little bit harder over there on that right side of the track, and we'll see how these diesel truck competitors going to work the track here.
Seemed a bit smoother as well, Dan, over on the right side, just comparing a couple of the trucks that pulled One went right, one went left, one went left. Actually jumped out of the throttle a little sooner just because it was so rough.
So once again, fans do have the opportunity. Make sure you head on over to Full Pull Picks and pick 2 of these trucks coming up here next to finish in that top 3. Megatron, Legal Limits, spooled up the Kong truck and the farm truck. So there's some tough ones there. All you got to do is pick 2 that are going to finish in the top 3, and you will be a winner. And if you do sign up tonight, you will have $20 in free play. So head on over to Full Pull Picks before we fire up these Limited Pro diesel trucks here tonight. So nice field of 11 of the 8,000-pound diesel trucks here tonight. The 3.0 diesel trucks, class that has progressed from the 2.6 trucks over the years into the 3.0s, and just like anything, they just bigger and better, and big'em, builder and better.
Yeah. Class really kind of came about, the diesel pickup craze, kind of the early to mid 2000s. We're kind of scrambling to get some rules. You know, they were kind of all over the place. And finally got, everything squared away. Like you said, a 2.6. There's a 2.5 work stock class. Of course, what we're referring to, 2.5, 2.6, 3.0 is the turbocharger size. The inlet size of the turbocharger on these trucks is 3 inches of diameter max on a single turbo power plant. No larger than 460 cubic inches. And they don't run water injection, but they do run air over water intercoolers on these trucks. Every once in a while, you may see them a little water splash out of the weight rack in the front. This is your number 1 truck right now, has a 2-point lead coming in here this weekend. Jason Wayman out of Novinger, Missouri, Megatron.
Uh-oh.
Wow. Now he is the first puller, so he's got a couple options here. Did he get out of the throttle before 100 foot? That 100-foot flagman makes that determination. If so, they could back him up, give him another shot. Then he could actually turn that one down.
Well, I was going to say good news, bad news, because he's a test puller, so he does have that option as well. So Jason Wayman up there from northern Missouri, running down here with the Outlaw Circuit, 3 wins. 2 down in White Lake, Texas, as well as 1 over in Wisner.
Yep.
A big event over there, the 3rd week in August.
Yeah, he owns a shop, a diesel repair and a diesel performance shop there in Novinger, Missouri called No Way Man Diesel. Now, that's actually the sponsor of this class with the Outlaws. Now, he's obviously having some problems. He knows he's got a problem that can't be corrected just by running it again here, so he's going to come back. He's going to back off, and we need to find out where he's going to pull in the order here. Generally, it should be 6th by rule unless he's having mechanical issues.
Now, this is going to be interesting because him and Mr. Leeper are in a pretty tight points battle here coming into this weekend.
Absolutely. And it would be his first championship if he were to pull it out this weekend with the Outlaws. And we talked earlier, Dan, that would be 2 championships for him in 1 season with 2 different organizations if he could pull it off here this weekend with Megatron.
Yeah, he's a 3-time PPL Western Series champion, and he clinched that just about a month ago. This Outlaw Championship is going to be here this weekend, so right now, back's against the wall here.
Yeah, not what he was hoping for to start out the class here, having some issues with the truck.
Now, 8,000 pounds, the maximum weight of these trucks. They'll run also on the DOT tires. No cutting and messing with those. Now, years ago they did.
Right.
Then finally the rule came down that said, hey, no cutting these tires.
Yeah, the conversation we were having there a few minutes ago about the rules in the diesel pickup class, when they finally got all kind of settled out and we had some classifications. Early on this 3.0 diesel pickup class, they literally had the run 1-ton running gear. And they started making enough power, of course, as technology progressed and the class progressed. They were just shelling those rear ends. And the ring and pinion companies were just making a lot of money because these guys were changing them out every 3 or 4 pulls and was wearing them out. So they finally changed the rules. They can run 2-ton or 2.5-ton running gear now on the rear end as far as the rear end goes, drop boxes and such. They're making so much horsepower they had to give them that to keep them from wearing out and replacing parts.
All right, so this is going to be Preston Collins up next here, Odessa, Texas, with the Perkins Diesel ride here. So this will be our, once again, going to be a test puller here. as Jason Wayman did make it past right around that 100-foot mark there. So really wasn't a good judgment there for our officials here.
So Preston Collins, now this is a new truck for him. This truck used to be in the eastern Missouri area. I've seen it a lot over the summers up there in Missouri, and now it's a pulls. He must have just acquired this truck recently, or I'm going to find a story out what's going on with this tomorrow, Dan. Nice hook for Preston Collins. The Perkins Diesel Chevrolet there.
Yeah, what do you say? Chevrolet, yeah. Where's our diesel truck fans here tonight?
And an easy distance to remember, 335.35 for the Perkins Diesel entry out of Odessa, Texas. Now, Preston has a couple of businesses and actually added money to the purse with Gulf States Towing and Gulf States Diesel. Added $1,000 this weekend to the diesel pickup class purse, as well as Bel Air Clutches did the same. They matched each other. So some added money to be taken home by the winners, top three winners in this diesel pickup class this weekend, thanks to those companies.
All right, so we'll see whether or not he was satisfied with that hook. I'd have to say he was. 335 and 35, a good mark there to set. What do we got here? I'd like to say something right now, but I'm not.
Don't say it.
No,
Don't say it, Dan.
We're not.
Yeah.
We're not going to say it. We're just going to. You're thinking it. I know you're all thinking it.
Leave it up to always the international frisbee champion. He's got some frisbees to throw out. Oh, what's it? Eat more beef. Okay. Support your local cattlemen and eat more beef. You never know what you're going to see at an outlaw pull. You just really don't.
I can say that is the first time that I have seen that. Oh, you know what? No, I haven't. I have seen a chicken at a tractor pull before. Old Pullet Chicken down in Louisville. It's been a while.
Eat more beef. Leave it up to Delton. Now, Delton, he runs the souvenir trailer. He owns the company Diesel Power Plus, has a shop in California, Missouri there, and does a lot of print work, too. Does a lot of T-shirts and things like that in-house over there.
I just want to say heads up, too, with him throwing these Frisbees.
Yeah,
he's
you've
not
seen
a professional Frisbee thrower, so heads up. We don't need any injuries out there.
I challenge him from time to time. I say he's the international Frisbee champion, and every once in a while, if I'm up in a crow's nest, he can get one up there to me. The guy on a chicken throwing Frisbees at a tractor pull. All right.
In Lufkin, Texas. All right, here we go. Xander Lee on the start line. The farm truck out of Houston, Texas. Strong running machine right here.
Yep, 2022 points champion. The truck with Dan Valance at the wheel. Dan Valance owned the truck. Took that truck to a points championship in 2022, then sold the truck after the season to Cody Lee, the Lee family, out of Houston, Texas. Nassau Bay, Texas, actually. So proven truck. We know this truck has got the tools to get it done, but a lot of competition here tonight in this diesel pickup class. Sponsored by No Way Man Diesel out of Navajo, Missouri.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw these Lee trucks come up and run the Shy Diesel Extravaganza just about a month or so ago, and the end of August. He's off to the races here tonight, yeah.
Woo! What a pass.
The farm truck right there. I'd have to say that's pretty close to the furthest distance we've seen here tonight. Fans, one more time, let's give a nice round of applause.
$366.84 for the lead. Nice hook for Xander Lee out of Houston, Texas. Going to take a good one to get past that mark. Doesn't get much better than that. That was a beautiful pass.
Yeah, these diesel trucks right now working that right side of the track. They must have listened to Roper down there. Roper said, hey, over there on the right side of the track, it's a little bit harder over there. You're able to apply all that horsepower. And we are seeing it here tonight. The Limited Pro diesel trucks here tonight, and they are putting on a show here in Lufkin.
Yeah, I think for the DOT tires, I think that right side is definitely where it's at. Next puller is going to be Skylar Leeper. Skylar Leeper. And this is your number 2 truck in points right now. Very tight battle here. His truck called Legal Limits. He comes out of California, Missouri. Small town there in the Show Me State.
Yeah, right in the central part of the Show Me State of Missouri, Mr. Skylar Leeper. Now, this is the guy 1 year ago, fans. He swept the weekend here in Lufkin. He won Friday and Saturday night. So he'll bring it to the start line here, the Legal Limits ride. So he'll be followed by Alex Sheeler with the Elite truck, and then we got Jeremy Bales with the All Hopped Up, our next 3 up here in our Limited Pro diesel truck class here tonight. 3.0 diesels, they got a couple different names. You can call them pretty much whatever you want. But
Limited Pro diesel pickups, what we call them. Limited Pro diesel pickups. No Way Man diesel performance. At Novinger, Missouri, you're looking to upgrade your diesel pickup. Maybe you just want to get better mileage. Maybe you want more power and mileage. Maybe you want all-out performance. Check them out at nowaymandiesel.com. They'll get you fixed up. Extreme Performance and Tire Cutting. For all your tire cutting needs on your pulling tires. They're also a direct dealer for Kaiser aluminum racing wheels. Check them out at extremeperformancepulling.com. Skylar Leeper, California, Missouri. This is your number 2 truck and points. Legal Limits. Wow. Give him a hand. He went right past the Schaefer oil leader barrel over there. 369.08 for the lead. Wow. Now, Jason Wayman that was our first puller, had to go back. Didn't break 100 foot. Had to back the truck up. Something going on with that truck. He's been battling with Leeper all summer long in this class. And going to be interesting as the pressure now lies directly on the shoulders of one Jason Wayman, as there is only 2 points separating these guys in that points battle.
Yeah, he's laid down the gauntlet here. Now both of those competitors, 3 wins each on the summer.
Yeah, you've seen the truck develop a little bit of a bounce, but the suspension did its job. It smoothed out, and wow, he just zoomed right past that lead mark over there for the lead.
I don't think we're done yet, Ron. I think we're going to have somebody out around that 370, 375 mark here before it's done.
Now, one thing about DOT tires, Dan, too, is they build a road, especially when that sun goes down. They literally make the track better with each consecutive pass. So like you said, we may see somebody zoom past that mark that we just saw laid down by Skylar Leeper.
Yeah, like you said, this class is not one for moving that cone a whole lot. Now, I saw a class of these diesel trucks, about 30 of them, and the closest I seen to somebody move the cone was they went up and kicked it a little bit. That was about the best they did. So they're not one for moving that cone like we've seen drastic like in the modified class.
Right, right.
Like you said, they'll work that road that they have built out there.
Yeah, Alex Sheeler going to be the next puller. Now he comes out of Iowa, out of Bondurant, Iowa. Truck he calls Elite. Going to be the next puller here. Going to take his shot at the leader.
All right, Ron. Well, we're down here with our current leader in the class, Skylar Leeper. And Skylar, you laid down the gauntlet here. You did what you had to do. You went out there early in the class. set the lead mark here. Now, what do? You sit back and wait? You think there's enough track out there for Mr. Wayman?
Yeah, there's enough track for Wayman. You can never count him out. We put a pretty good shot down. Hope it hangs on.
I was going to ask you about that pass. What did you think of it? I mean, obviously you took the lead, but everything looked good, feel good in the truck?
It felt good. I got her hooked up and took off, so I like it.
Well, we'll see how it all shakes out for you. Good luck to you. Van Skyler Leaper, our current leader here in Limited Pro Diesel Truck class.
Jeremy Bales out of Meridian, Texas, all hopped up Dodge, taking a shot. .363 even, 363 feet even for Jeremy Bales, it all hopped up. Emily Schaefer going to be the next puller. The Borrowed Time pickup out of Cleburne, Texas, coming up next. And after that, it should be Jason Wayman. Should be Jason Wayman in that 6th spot. Folks, make sure you get entered in the 2024 Outlaw Superfan Contest, brought to you by Case IH. You could win a brand new Case IH 25 SC tractor with all attachments, plus $4,000 to boot. They're going to draw for that tractor next week. Next week, they're going to draw for that tractor. We're going to announce it on Outlawed Live, the official podcast of the Outlaws, on November 12th. So those entries cut off on the 31st. Next week, folks, so you better get entered today. Get entered as soon as you can. Love to see somebody out here in Lufkin, Texas win that tractor from Case IH in the 2024 Outlaw Superfan Contest, brought to you by Case IH, the title sponsor of the Outlaws. You can go to outlawpulling.com, scroll down on the homepage, and get signed up today. Or out there in front of the Outlaw souvenir trailer, there is a sign out there with a QR code on it. Scan that QR code with your phone and get entered tonight. Jason Wayman, Megatron out of Daventry, Missouri. Oh, man, he can reach out and grab a hold of that leader barrel, but he ain't going to get past it.
And this is going to tighten things up right here. We talked to Skyler Leaper. He says, hey, I did the best I could do out there. An excellent run there for the Legal Limits truck. And now we see the Megatron.
Yeah, 359.76. Yeah, actually a couple trucks in between them. That's going to shake up the points tonight, as only 2 points separating first and second. So not sure what he had going on earlier with the truck, that he had to drop back and get things fixed up, but maybe we can get some insight to that here
we'll
directly.
Get a word with Jason there, as find out exactly what the issue was. But no doubt that had to be on his mind there as he made his run here tonight. The Megatron truck out of northern Missouri here tonight, running here on the Outlaw Circuit.
And now we'll have Emily Schaefer should be coming up with the Borrowed Time truck out of Cleburne, Texas. And Dan Balance will be on deck with Thunderstruck out of Mineral Wells, Texas. Silver sponsors of the 2024 Dragon, or Pulling and Dragon in the Pines. Silver sponsors Texas Truck Market, Beer Money Pulling Team, Globe Trailers, Southside Bank, Lot Oil, Chassis Fab, Weissner Accessories, Class Pays Fabrication, Lone Star Truck Group, and Ritchie Brothers, all silver sponsors of Dragon and Pulling in the Pines 2024. All right, got a lady driver coming out. Only lady driver in the class, folks. So where's all the ladies at tonight? Ladies, make some noise. Gonna help this gal out. She's outnumbered. Only lady driver in the class. Actually, it might very well be the only lady driver of the night here.
All right, Ron, so we had a quick word with Jason Wayman. Megatron truck, asked him, I said, what was the issue down on the start line? He says, there wasn't an issue. Just basically using test puller to our advantage.
Oh, okay.
So he was kind of seeing if he could apply all that horsepower to the ground, and it didn't take it. So,
Gotcha. Yeah, he's going to have to play catch-up tomorrow night, and this class not over. Still some really good trucks in here, Dan. There might be some more get between him and Leaper and make his job more difficult of overcoming that deficit tomorrow night.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how things are going to shake out here. Got about half the class left to go here. And right, you talked about our lady here tonight.
Only lady driver in the class, only lady driver on the docket for tonight. Only lady driver.
All right. Where's the girl power? Come on, girl power. Where are you? There we go.
Oh, she's right there in the mix, Dan. Real close to that Schaefer oil barrel.
Yeah, excellent run here tonight. Definitely going to shake the order up here. Once again, 3:69.08, the mark to beat here. Skylar Leaper. They all hopped up the legal limits. But Emily Schaefer borrowed time.
.73 for Emily Schaefer. Next puller going to be Dan Balance, filling in for Preston Collins here. The Thunderstruck Dodge pickup. Dan comes out of Mineral Wells, Texas. He said this very well, maybe the last time you see him drive a pulling truck ever. Now, of course, he used to run the farm truck successfully for many years and won an Outlaw championship a couple seasons back here in 2022 with the farm truck.
Now, if I had a nickel for every time a puller told me this is the last time they're going to run a truck, I'd be pretty rich right now.
Yeah, I follow Dan on Facebook, and I could tell he's getting the itch a little bit. He didn't like sitting out for a season. I feel like or a couple seasons actually, and I feel like he's getting the itch. He's got a Harley and, just kind of living the good life, running the Bel Air clutches, very successful company. They put a lot of the clutches out there in these diesel pickups. But I think he's got the itch here. We'll see. This will be the indicator, though, after this run, and there's nothing like Dan, have you ever driven a pulling vehicle before?
I have not. I came awful close to driving a Twin Allison, and then it rained out on me.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that was my only. I've driven dirt stock cars for a lot of years.
Okay.
But, yeah, that's the closest thing that I've.
There's something about when you back up and you feel the clunk of that big old hook hit the drawbar, then you go out and you hit the end of that chain. There's just something about it. Gives you goosebumps, man. You get hooked, literally. You get hooked.
Yeah, what a lot of pullers tell me, if you want to stay away from the sport, stay away from it. Don't watch it. Don't read it. Don't pay any attention to it. That's the best thing you can do. So once again, fans, mark the beat here, 369.08, legal limit. Skylar Leeper, our leader in our 8,000-pound limited pro diesel truck class here Friday night, Lufkin, Texas.
Tough sledding out there. Going to come up short.
Maybe a situation here we might have worn out the road here, and we might have to start searching around. Now, talked to a couple different competitors. They said this dirt here is a little bit different than what they pulled on. Now, a lot of some of the pullers, they thought it was kind of like Whitewright, Texas, but they said, no, that's a little bit more of a clay-based track, where this here's got a little bit more sand in it. So a little bit of a softer surface, so a little bit tricky here.
Yeah, if you can walk the track, I mean, when you walk it, you're like, yeah, this could take some power, definitely. There is some clay in there, but a little bit, maybe more sand in that clay mix. Balance comes up short, 353.01 with Thunderstruck. Now, next truck coming up comes out of the state of Kansas. Jesse Knight, the Hillbilly Bone Unleashed, name of this truck. I've been pulling with Jesse Knight since about 2003 or 4, somewhere in that neighborhood. Watched him take a truck that had like 30,000 miles on it and turn it into a pulling truck. He got hooked in a big way. He runs a trucking company up there in Lebo.
Yeah, Lebo, Kansas.
Yep.
Not too many pullers you see out of the state of Kansas.
Good guy. I think he's actually, can't remember what office he holds, but he got into politics here the last couple of years.
Yeah, has run quite a bit on the PPL Western circuit for a bunch of years there, and good to see him down here running with the Outlaws.
Spent the majority of the summer in Alaska. He told me he was going up to Alaska. He let his son run the truck on the circuit this summer, and he spent most of the summer up in Alaska hunting and just kind of hanging out up there. Must have needed to get away for a little bit, but pretty cool story with the truck when he changed the graphics on it and started donating to the Semper Fi Fund. The Semper Fi Fund helps veterans on all branches of service, from all branches of service, even though it has Semper Fi in the name. But he was taking all of his winnings. I'm not sure if he's still doing this. He might be. But he would take all of his winnings and he would sign the check and give it to the Semper Fi Fund. He never accepted a dime of winnings that he'd made with this truck. Actually, I think he named the truck back. He's been pulling long enough that when that song was out, that Hillbilly Bone country song.
Once again, working that right side of the track here, the Hillbilly Bone Unleashed. Eastern Kansas, Lebo, Kansas here tonight. All looking to get over that 369. Here we talked about it earlier. We thought maybe somebody be out 370, but hasn't happened yet.
They're hitting the wall over there, Dan. They're hitting the wall, and the wall's moving the wrong way.
Yeah, we're going to put another one right around that 350-ish foot mark out there, and we have piled up a whole bunch here in that range here tonight. As we start to wind them down here, our 8,000-pound Limited Pro diesel trucks. We'll have the Pro Stock tractors up next, and they will follow by the Super Modified two-wheel drives, our final class of the evening.
Need a pull-off vehicle on the track. Need a pull-off. 353.53 for Jesse Knight and the Hillbilly Bone Unleashed. Now 2 to go here. And going to take a good pass to get past that mark set by Skyler Leeper. Ryan Stahl spooled up, former points champ, 2023 points champ of the Outlaws. He might have a little something for him here. We'll see. Organics Midwest, harness the power of Bio 800 Plus with over 800 species of live soil microbes to build soil health, increase yield, and reduce the need for fertilizer. It all comes down to soil health and investing in the legacy of your family's farm. OrganicsMidwest.com. Unconditional performance and triple cleaning power with Carbon Treat from Schaefer Oil. Schaefer Oil and specialized lubricants. Been around since 1839. Not the best because we're the oldest, but the oldest because we are the best. SchaeferOil.com.
Once again, fans, not able to be on hand tomorrow, you can check it out on Full Pull Live. Subscribe, $39.99. Next weekend, going to be in Diesels and Dark Corners down in just north of Atlanta.
Yeah, I hear that's quite the event. Like, that's the mecca for diesel pickup pulling.
That's what I hear. That's what they tell me. All right, here we go. Ryan Stahl. And spooled up. Oh, what do we say, Chevrolet fans? Yeah, about a 50 or so Chevy right there. Ryan Stahl, Claremont, Missouri. Another one of those tough-running northern Missouri trucks. And he lays down an excellent run here.
At 354.55. Yeah, rolling the dice a little bit. He saw that wall over there on that right side. Saw nobody was breaking through that wall to get in the general neighborhood of Skyler Leeper, and he tried this left side. A little bit of success, 354.55. That truck had a bouncing problem all year long. He's been fighting a bounce, and you saw a little bit of it there right at the end of the pass.
Yeah, and when we talk about four-wheel drives, that is like the nemesis of a four-wheel drive is the bounce. Now, whether it's a modified truck, whether it's a super mod, a diesel truck, no matter what, the bounce in a four-wheel drive, not good.
Now, Buck Heineman going to be the next puller and last puller in the class. So ready to rumble Dodge out of, I'm getting some shadow here, yeah, Keene, Texas. He's the last puller before we go to the Pro Stocks. We have that right after the class, right after Buck Heineman. We're going to have that Super Stock Diesel exhibition. Cody Lee going to come out with that truck he just purchased. He's never run it before. 3 turbochargers on a 6.7 Cummins with pulling tires, about 3,200 horsepower.
Yeah, this truck right here, I mean, well, not right here, but we'll see it come out here, but brand new parts and pieces, everything on that truck brand new for 2024, running on the Grand National Circuit. And it wasn't for sale long.
Scooped it up. He saw the deal there, and he scooped it up. But, yeah, completely built by Hazley Machine. Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see him make his first pass on that truck.
So just like that, we're going to go back over here to the right side of the track to finish out our 3.0 diesel truck class here tonight. Once again, fans, make sure you do head back there to the concourse area. All the fine vendors back there, the food vendors. Not not sure if we got anything over on the party side. I think they're just coolers over there.
I think they just have coolers full of beer and those unlabeled bottles of
that we don't
something
know
or other
what.
over there. That's all.
Some kind of apple pie or something they were talking about.
I don't know anything about it, Dan. I don't know what you're talking about.
You get into trouble with that stuff.
Last puller, Buck Heineman out of Keene, Texas, ready to rumble. Once again, they're hitting that wall over there on that side. Well, landed at about the same place, Dan.
Number one here for Skylar Leeper. He did what he had to do here tonight. And we'll see if that will be enough points here. I would think so, to get him up into that number one spot here. Now, the big question is, do all the trucks in the class run for the outlaw points? Is that how things shake out when you run in a class like this? So.
Right, yeah, you jump over you leapfrog over those as far as the points go. Unless it's a win, unless a non-points puller wins, you don't get the 2-point bonus. Basically, you get a 1-point bonus. The winner with Outlaws, if you're running points, you get 28 points to win, and you get a bonus for winning. So you get 26 for second, 25 for third, and so on, and so forth. So, yeah. Right off the bat, he's going to get a 2-point bump, and there are some trucks in between them. So once we get it figured up here, we can kind of update everybody on where they stand as far as who's leading and by how much. Pro Puller Tires, power means nothing without traction. Check them out at ProPullerTires.com. Ag Leader, seamlessly connect your entire farming operation at AgLeader.com. Coltrane Energy drink born in the Midwest. These guys started this energy drink company. They love this country and what she stands for, and they love making Coltrane Energy for folks that have the same values that they do. Values born here in the Midwest. Check them out at Coltrane.com with 4 delicious flavors: original, watermelon, peach, and sugar-free. You can stop back and try a Coltrane Energy tonight. They're set up back here.
Yeah, always good free samples. Try out that watermelon.
Yes, free samples. Yeah, we need
There you go.
Speaking of Ryan, can you hear me back there? A free sample of watermelon Coltrane would be.
Ryan's here. Okay.
Yeah, that'd be great. I think he's back there.
Okay. Well, fans, officially our top 5 here in our 8,000-pound 3.0 diesel truck class here tonight. Finishing up number 5, going to be Emily Schaefer with the borrowed time truck at 3:57.73. Number 4 spot will go to the Megatron, Jason Wayman, at 3:59.76. Number 3 spot will be Jeremy Bales, all hopped up at 3:63 even. Number 2 spot will go to the farm truck, Xander Lee, at 3:66.84. And then our winner here tonight, Skylar Leeper, with the legal limits at 3:69.08 to take the win. Fans, let's give all our Limited Pro Diesel truck competitors a nice round of applause as we will now go to the big pros, the 10,000-pound pro stocks here tonight. I believe we've got 6 of them signed in. Oh, we got the exhibition run. That's right. We got the brand new ride here for the Lee team out of Houston, Texas.
So, yeah, if my math is correct, and I didn't even have to take off my shoes to figure this, Dan, 28 to 24. He should be a couple of points ahead of him here. Should have flip-flopped, I think. So, same deal as tonight. We just flip-flop first and second. Same deal going into tonight, but we're going to flip-flop for tomorrow night. Leeper winning tonight is going to be a 2-point, have a 2-point advantage in the points over Wayman going into tomorrow night. So still close. Just Leeper has the advantage.
see how that will all shake out here as we've got the exhibition run right here. The big horsepower right here. The super stock diesel truck. 3 turbochargers underneath the hood of this truck. You wonder how in the world you get them all to fit. Talking to Van Hazley over the years, he says, this is how many fit underneath the hood of these trucks. We can get 3 of them under there comfortably, but it takes a little bit of time. And if you ever see the hood off this truck, how they get everything, all that plumbing to work, and it's just a work of marvel.
It's a plumbing nightmare for sure with 3 turbos. Now, coming from the class we just did, the diesel pickup class, they were 6.7 Cummins as well with 1 3-inch turbocharger. Now we're looking at 3 turbochargers all working together, pulling tires. Now they are 500 pounds less in weight, 7,500 pounds as opposed to the 8,000 pounds in the previous class. First time down the track for Cody Lee on this truck. Just purchased it, and this is his first time getting to drive it down the track here tonight.
And one thing to notice about these super stock diesel trucks, you can't hammer them at the line. You got to work them out. You will go about full throttle, I would say about half track or so. That's usually how you drive these super stock diesel trucks. A lot of horsepower, and just can't get them to hook up.
Comes out of Nassau Bay, Texas, Cody Lee.
And there you go right there, fans. Let's give a nice round of applause. 3 turbochargers underneath the hood of that super stock diesel truck. And who knows, maybe one day we'll see the super stock diesel trucks out on the outlaw circuit.
You never know.
Kind of working their way, branching out of the Midwest.
337.85. Now, I think he either added a brick or changed gears on the sled for that particular truck. So no direct comparison between the distances from the class we just saw and that exhibition. So now we get ready for the heaviest class of the night. 10,000-pound pro stock tractors coming up. We got 6 tractors in competition. Lacey Wager, and Must Be Nice, going to be the first puller. Greg Yeager will be on deck, followed by Cody Yarrick, Chuck Holsworth, Rodney Davison, and Caden Wager is the order of things in 10,000 pro stock.
Now, fans, if you head on over to Full Pull Picks, you can go head-to-head here in the pro stock tractor class. We've got the head-to-head showdown number 1. We've got the Gone Tractor versus the Wampus Cat. Now, the Gone Tractor is the favorite here in this class. And then the second head-to-head shootout, we've got the Fly You Fool, the Kids Inheritance, and the Must Be Nice tractors all going head-to-head. Right now, the Must Be Nice tractor is the tractor that is the favorite right now. So make sure you get your picks in before we start this class. Head on over to Full Pull Picks and get your picks in head-to-head here. We got a couple of head-to-head showdowns. And make sure you see if you can be a winner here. And we'll see if we can get a word with Cody here after he makes his run here.
Yeah, first puller.
All right, we're going to step on over here to a guy getting behind the wheel here of his big horsepower, about 3,400 horsepower. So, Cody Lee, we've seen you drive in the limited.
I'll tell you, all that guys here at Outlaw put on a great event here in Lufkin. We've had a great time. Appreciate you guys coming out. Go tell your friends, bring them out tomorrow. Let's have another big round. Still got a great action going. Got some two-wheel drives. It's going to be super loud. So I felt like it's a good pass, and I appreciate being here.
How was it getting behind the wheel, all that horsepower? A little bit different driving, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was violent.
Going to do quite a bit of running out on the Midwest next year, or what's the plan with the super stock diesel truck?
You know, that's the plan. We're hoping to run the Midwest, but we're hoping to get Outlaw to get a full super stock class.
There you go. That's what we talked about a little bit. Fans, let's give a nice round of applause. Cody Lee here tonight behind the wheel of his brand new ride. Super stock diesel truck. He's going to call it King Kong. There you go. He's got the other truck he calls Kong. He's going to call this one King Kong. So there you go. Get that all painted up. Get Kong on the side of it.
Dan, you were talking to me over here privately about Cody's other truck that was in the limited pro diesel pickup class, the King Kong truck, and they were trying to get it ready for today. They thought they were going to get it done, and they couldn't, but they had a lot of repair work to do. Tell us a little bit about what happened to his other truck this summer.
Yes, so the Lees came up and ran the Scheid event. The Scheid Diesel Extravaganza runs up in line.
Is the seed. This bag is made of craft paper with a cellophane liner and provides nothing for seed growth. This is a seed bed. It was prepared with Case IH soil management tools. It optimizes everything from nutrient access to water infiltration to create the perfect environment for early uniform emergence. Get to know why your seed bed drives productivity at caseih.com/soil management.
To make this season better than the last. Since the beginning, it's been our goal too. Ours is a story of innovation, but there's still work to be done. Because as you know all too well, success doesn't come to those who wait.
Wish we'd have put these tires on a long time ago because they would have saved me a whole lot of time and money. Titan came to us with the best program and basically gave us the most bang for our buck. We've been very happy.
When we switched over to Goodyear, we were down way less. That converted over to tens of thousands of dollars over the course of a year.
Are the ones that actually engineered this class many years ago with the box turbo, and everybody kind of snickered and laughed a little bit. And in here, everybody's going to that box turbo. So yeah,
gaining a lot of popularity as we speak right now. The 5-inch turbo class, 680 cubic inch limit, that 5-inch turbocharger. These things, pushing the envelope of 4,000 horsepower. Lacey Wager here. I think they've hooked with us 3 times all season. And the second hook they ever made with us with this tractor in Whitewright, Texas back in June. He took the win with this tractor called Must Be Nice.
Yeah, I had the opportunity this afternoon to talk to Mr. Wager for a little bit and come to Poland via mini sprints. They ran, the boys ran mini sprints, and they kind of happened to be in Tim Engler's shop and said, hey, I see pro stocks. What's this all about?
What's with this pulling thing?
And ended up purchasing a couple pro stocks there from Tim Engler. So, of course, you longtime pulling fans remember, of course, Tim Engler, Mission Impossible. Well, he still builds a lot of pulling vehicles, but he's really gone into the fuel injection systems with the sprint cars and, the mini sprints and the micro sprints. And that's what they're running, the micro sprints.
I saw him in an interview a few years back, 4 or 5 years back. He was out at in Vegas at the SEMA show and was talking about fuel injection. I was like, what? He's in fuel injection now? Okay. Well, he's a pretty smart guy. So, but yeah, he still builds the best chassis around. Lacey Wager out of Colbert, Oklahoma. Case IH calls it Must Be Nice. Casey Wager starting us off here with a beautiful pass. 344.74 feet. Now, the 300-foot flag, but it still has to ask him that question. You never think you would turn down a hook at 344.74, but he's still going to ask him, do you want to keep the hook or turn it down? The assumption is that you would keep it.
And, of course, the competitor has to give the thumbs up or thumbs down before they leave the sled. So take a look at that there as they'll...
All right, just got word on my radio that he is going to keep it. So we are officially underway here.
All right, fans, so 10,000 pound, a Pro Stock 680 cubic inches, like Ron had talked about that box turbo. The 24.5 rear tires on these Pros.
You know, a lot of folks outside the pulling world that are just starting to be introduced into pulling don't fully understand when you say these diesel tractors have water injection. Water, when you're dealing with that much compression, when you're dealing with that much pressure from the turbochargers, it creates so much heat. The heat is incredible, enough heat to melt the forged pistons inside the motor. So you have to have a way to cool that mixture down, and that's what water injection does. You spray the water in there, it turns to steam, actually creates a little bit of power in itself, but lowers those temperatures down to a tolerable level there to where you don't melt, have a 3-mile island inside your engine. You don't want to melt the pistons.
Yeah, so you're looking at, approximately 1,500 degrees at that melting point, and they'll get them down to around that 900.
Tolerable 900
right,
degree Fahrenheit level.
But that's also why you see, down on the starting line, we'll take, 3-4 cans of ether to get these things fired up because they decompress those engines, make room for all that air and fuel. And like you say, you're making some big horsepower. We've got another tough one backing in right now.
Yeah, this is Greg Jaeger out of Hazard, Nebraska. He's currently number 3 in the points, but I think that's going to change after tonight. The number 2 tractor could not make it this weekend. As I said earlier, this is the last weekend for points in the Outlaws. This is the points finale weekend in this Pro Stock class. Now, Wampas-Gaddy's had a good season, a couple of wins on the season, 14 top 5 hooks. His best season yet with the Outlaws on kind of a legendary tractor. This tractor has been around for quite a while.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you think of Pro Stocks, you either think the dirt slinging deer or you think of the Wampus Cat.
Yep.
Gone. There's another tractor that you think of when you see the Outlaws, but yeah.
Well, I'm starting to see a crew of two-wheel drive guys starting to swarm around here with their track poking tools. Yes.
Yeah, they're going to be up next here, and they're ready to go. They've been sitting back there all day, and they're ready to attack this track here tonight. So, Greg Dager, number 3 here in the points, 2 wins on the summer.
Got to beat 344.74.
That 1066 working hard out there, fans, but you saw it. Got that front end up and down and up and down, that up and down motion. And definitely starts detracting from your distance out there. 3:46 and 35. 3:46 and 35 here tonight. And we are going to have ourselves a new leader, fans. So Greg Jaeger going to be our new leader here with the Wampus Cat at 346.35. Will take the lead. They did move the Schaefer barrel out there, so that's kind of threw us off out there. But so the Wampus Cat will go into the number one spot here with Greg Jaeger. As Cody Eric will be up next here with that good-looking John Deere out of Rich Hill, Missouri. Chuck Holsworth out of Illinois will follow with the Fly You Fool. Our next two coming up here in the Pro Stock class.
Yeah, this was a new one for me. I haven't seen this tractor yet. The Fly You Fool that you were talking about. But Cody Yarrick coming up. Now, he had some bad luck here last year. He finished up his points championship here last season, but on Saturday night, he had a runaway. Sitting at the line, was just getting ready to start building the boost to take off, and all of a sudden, he had a runaway. Couldn't stop it, couldn't shut it down. The guillotine did not shut it down. They were still pulling oil out of the motor and pulling air in there, and it finally got it shut down. I'm not sure how much damage they had, but the motor never locked up. But you can find that video, go on YouTube and watch it. It was a highly watched video last October.
Yeah, it's amazing how the Carnage videos seem to get more views than pretty much everything. But right here, fans, the hottest tractor on the Outlaw circuit right now. 6 wins, the last 3 in a row for this gentleman right here, and he's looking for 4 in a row here. The points leader going into tonight's action out of Rich Hill, Missouri, Cody Eric with the Gone tractor. Do we have any John Deere fans out there tonight? Where's our John Deere fans? And things got just a little bit wild out there for Cody here tonight, fans, over on that right-hand sideline. Had to touch the brake. And I think he had stabbed it pretty hard because it upset that tractor quite a bit.
Yeah, I see him get crossed up there a little bit. The front end came down, and the front tires were steered the wrong direction. 324.09. Not the run he was looking for here, Cody Yarrick. And I tell you what, he's had a great season, but he came on strong really late in the season. The last 3 hooks until tonight, he won the last 3 that he competed in. So this is going to break that streak and hold it to 3 in a row.
Yeah, not going to get the 4 here this weekend.
But he might have been thinking 4 or 5.
Yeah, he was looking, yeah, absolutely. But, of course, if he wins that championship, that'll be 3 in a row for him. So he's a 22, 23 champion. And
2 in a row. It'd be 2 in a row for him with the Gone.
22, 23, and 24. So that'd be 3 in a row. So fans, once again, Greg Jaeger, our leader here with a Wampus Cat International 1066, leads the way here. Halfway through our Pro Stock class here tonight. Once again, super modified 2-wheel drives, our final class of the night. Make sure you do head on back and check out the official Outlaw Truck and Tractor Pullers Association novelty stand. All kinds of hats, t-shirts, sweatshirts available down there as well. Earplugs for the little ones as well, so make sure you do get. Oh yeah, I forgot about the souvenir program as well. Make sure you get one of those as well, the souvenir programs. All kinds of great goodies here. Help support the Outlaw Pullers. So here we go, Chuck Holsworth out of Peoria, Illinois, the Fly You Fool.
Chuck Holsworth, the Fly You Fool, out of Peoria, Illinois. It'll be the first time for me to see this tractor. Another John Deere for the John Deere fans out there. Now, this will be the last John Deere we see in the class here. Only 2 John Deeres. All right, John Deere people, this is your last shot. Where's all the John Deere fans out there? Help him out. Comes out the land of Lincoln out of Peoria, Illinois. Chuck Holsworth. Fly, you fool, the name of the tractor.
Say John Deere. Yeah. Excellent run right there, and we'll wait officially on the distance, but it looks good from here. 3:57.67 fans, we got a new leader. The tractor from Illinois looking to take the check back up north here. But we've got one left to go, and that's going to be Katie Wanger. Oh, yeah, we got Davidson, too, yeah. So we got 2 left to go here, and they're both the red ones.
DeKalb, the official seed corn of the Outlaws. See for yourself what Tri-Volt herbicide can do for your DeKalb seed. Get consistently high weed control for up to 8 weeks in a variety of weather conditions with Tri-Volt plus DeKalb, the perfect match. Check them out at DeKalb.com. Ronnie Davison comes out of Cosby, Missouri, the Red Iron International. Davison currently number 4 in points. 7 top 5 hooks this season. Still looking for that elusive first win of 2024 for the tractor called Red Iron.
Of course, the Davidson's longtime pullers into this 5.0 Pro Stock class here just within the last couple of years.
Good momentum there at mid-track. We thought he was going somewhere, but he's going to pull up a little short.
Yeah, gave it a shot right there. We saw right at the end of his run there. Hit kind of like a soft spot there at the end of the run, but nonetheless, a good one there for Rodney Davidson, number 4 in the points here, 3:45 and 67. Good enough right now for number 2. Or number 3? Number 3. here in our lineup. So we got the 346, 345, and 344 stacking them behind the tractor out of Illinois, the Fly You Fool, and Chuck Holsworth, who's out at 357 in 67. So 1 to go here in our 10,000-pound pro stock class.
Yeah, Chuck kind of out there on an island right now, about, about 11 feet ahead of the rest of the pack. 11 feet between him and second place. Caden Wager could be a hero here. The Kids Inheritance tractor, a brand new tractor for 2024. As far as I know, this tractor's only hooked 3 times prior to tonight. Had a good finish in Whitewright, Texas back in June on the Saturday night session. He took third. What would have been only the second hook in competition for Caden on the tractor. They literally hooked the tractor practicing on the Friday session, before the Friday session started, and then pulled in competition Friday, then pulled Saturday night and took third place.
So a micro sprint runner, turn tractor puller. As he makes his way out on the track here, we saw Dad a little bit earlier. He laid down a nice run.
Yeah, he currently is number 2 right now. Number 3. I'm sorry, number 4. Yeah, I stand corrected.
So back over to the right side we go. 1 to go here as we got Caden Wager, the Kids Inheritance. Always got to love that name. You see the spending their inheritance, kids' inheritance, the money flying out of the tractor.
That's right. And it goes out pretty fast in a hurry, and you get into the world of tractor pulling. I think Jason Schultz, he says it best. He says, tractor pullers hate their money and try to get rid of it as fast as they can. But he could be the hero here for the Case IH fans. Do we have any red fans, Case IH fans in the crowd tonight?
No.
Wow.
They're
just
all
me.
They're all green.
All right. They like the John Deeres. Got to beat 357.67. Can get past that mark. Caden Wager will get out of here with top prize. Going to win the class.
Yeah, the tractor from Illinois going to hang on and win this tonight, or the tractor from Oklahoma? Yeah. Don't see a lot of pullers from Oklahoma.
Nope.
Ben and I were talking about that this afternoon. Always good to see some pullers from Oklahoma. So here we go, fans. Final hook, 10,000-pound pro stock class, session number 1 here in Lufkin, Texas. Dragging and pulling the pines.
Well, maybe there's some red fans yelling and cheering at home. Going to take a good one. Going to take a nearly perfect pass to get past Chuck Holsworth and his John Deere out of Illinois. It's Illinois against Oklahoma. Oklahoma at the line. Never really got a hold of the track till about 175 feet or so. 324.32. 324.32 for Caden Wager and Kids Inheritance.
Okay, Rogo, you come back and have this baby for the last class.
.32, good enough for the number 5 spot. So in the number 6 spot is Cody Ark and gone. In 5th, Caden Wager and Kids Inheritance. 4th place goes to Lacey Wager with Must Be Nice. Your number 3 tractor is Rodney Davis in a Red Iron. In the runner-up spot, 2nd is Greg Jager in the Wampus Cat out of Hazard, Nebraska. And number 1 tonight in 10,000-pound pro stock, Chuck Holsworth out of Peoria, Illinois. In the Fly You Fool John Deere.
All right, Ron, we're down here with Chuck Holsworth, taking that money back to Illinois. Congratulations, Chuck. Tell us about that run here tonight.
That was a good run. It's a great track. I was told by a friend of mine I needed to come down because it's a good track, good biting track, so we made the trip. Glad we did. So.
Now, during the summer, you run with the ITPA circuit?
ITPA and a little bit of PPL mainly is what we do, yes.
And how long you been running the 5.0 class? Rumor has it you come from the Limited Pros previous.
Yeah, Limited Pro, and then a year and a half ago we switched to the 5.0. Well, actually the end of last year and then all this year we've been with the 5.0 track.
Well, looks like you're going to have to come down and run with the Outlaws a little bit more here.
Yeah, I'd like that. They're good. They're good guys. I like it. Yep.
Who would you like to thank for helping you get here in the winner's circle?
My wife. She hung in there, stayed awake till 4:30 this morning. Didn't go to sleep and rode down with me, kept me awake, and rubbed my shoulders, all that good stuff. So.
We'll leave it right at there, right? She was also videoing you earlier there, so she was also doing that. But congratulations, Chuck, on your big win here tonight.
Thanks a lot.
All right, so Chuck Holsworth, our big winner here tonight, fans, in Pro Stock competition.
Dan, did
Graham Tire is your source for American-made Goodyear farm tires featuring Titan LSW technology. LSW tires provide track-like performance, even in adverse conditions. With 24-hour tire service and a large selection of used tires and wheels, Graham Tire is committed to keeping you running. Visit www.grahamtire.com to find a location near you.
At Harvest, you have one goal: finding the perfect flow of grain from the field to the bin. Case IH axial flow combines are engineered for matched capacity to deliver proven grain savings, so you can keep efficiency flowing smoothly. Find yours with the Case IH axial flow.
There's two types of drivers out there. Drivers who know how to protect their investment and drivers who don't. Car owners who know how to get more miles per gallon and owners who don't. We're talking people who know their Schaefer and people who don't. Which one are you? From cars to trucks to diesel workhorses, whatever you drive, there's a Schaefer synthetic oil for you. Do you know your Schaefer? Ask for it at an automotive retailer near you.
One of the rules, they were so out of control, was you could go out of bounds in the two-wheel drive class. That's just where they marked you. You didn't get disqualified. they marked your distance where you went out of bounds. It has changed considerably since the early 80s.
So there we go, our big winner in the pro stock class, Chuck Holsworth, heading back to the pits. And boy, check that tractor out, boy. It's a thing of beauty there. You saw some of these stickers on the side of it, Lemke Performance on the side there, and some great people helping out with that ride.
Yeah, give him a round of applause, Chuck Holsworth. That's your winner, 10,000-pound pro stock there, folks. Now, speaking of that two-wheel drive class, there's a family here from Kentucky that had a big part in the early days of the two-wheel drive class.
Yeah, absolutely. When you say, you talk about, the history of that class, actually the rules for that class were written right in their shop.
Yep.
And Wayne will tell you that story. And, there was some talk about, running, aircraft engines and stuff. They're like, nope. They right then and there, and they set the hitch height rule, and that has stayed, right
Yep.
from the get-go.
The highest hitch point in pulling, the tallest drawbar at 30 inches in the two-wheel drive class, creates a lot of downforce on those rear tires.
Absolutely makes for some wheels up runs and some exciting passes, and we are just about ready to go here tonight. Super modified two-wheel drives. 15 of the top competitors in the nation right here to battle it out.
Yeah, we're going to start with David Hunt, the Shameless Machine out of Leonard, Texas. David and John Hunt run a body shop in Leonard, Texas. Did a lot of pulling with the NTPA this summer. And
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, finished up number 10 on the Grand National Circuit with this truck right here. 1923 Bucket T. As he makes his way out on the track. Now, 2005 Outlaw Champion. He's got an Outlaw Championship to his credit there. As we'll add Mr. Eric back to the pits here. All right, then, so 6,200 pounds, super modified, two-wheel drives. David Hunt, Leonard, Texas, just northeast of Dallas here with the Shameless truck. Get us rolling.
oh, doggone it. Not often do you see daylight under the rear tires of a two-wheel drive truck, but we just saw it right there.
Yeah, absolutely a tough break right there, fans. Let's give him a tough luck round of applause here tonight. David Hunt. Now, as our test puller in the class, but we'd have to check and see here. We see the officials checking things over here.
Yeah. Dan's going to go take a closer look there, and yeah, John's pulling on the.
Yeah, we've seen John just come out here, and he was wiggling that supercharger up on top.
Acted like it did a points box again.
261.79 officially. He is the first puller, and he has that option. He doesn't have to take the pull, but if the truck is broke, obviously he would keep that run. All right, they're turning it down. I just saw the thumbs down signal there.
So the word from trackside, everything looks pretty good down here. Lower still stands. First pedal, they think they might have got a points box here. That has been an issue on a lot of these super modified two-wheel drives here throughout the summer. So they're going to drop into position. They're going to come back a little bit later on in the class. They think they got a points box. They're going to go and fix that, and they'll be back.
Well, that's good news. That's definitely better than a supercharger. The initial thought was they may have lifted the supercharger on it, maybe hung a valve open or something, and that's usually catastrophic. But he'll come back in the sixth position after Donald Nelson's Whippet. So after Donald Nelson and Whippet and before Donnie Sullivan and Big Stick is where he'll fit in on his option pass. So next puller is Robert Zychek. We call him Whitey Zychek. Out of Columbus, Texas. Haven't seen him in a couple years. With the Gunsmoke, the name of his machine. And he's won a few Outlaw championships with the old Gunsmoke.
13-time Outlaw champion right here. The all-time winner as far as wins goes with the Outlaws. And he goes back to the early days of the Outlaws, back in the early 90s when this organization pretty much kind of put itself together there. And this guy has been through it all, and good to see him back out here on the circuit. Of course, they'll have a couple trucks in the competition here. See his son pull out a little bit later on in this class. Going to work that left side here early on.
Yeah, they're struggling to get a hold of the track there within the first 200 feet. He's going to try something. He's going to try this left side. Now, I would trust Whitey to pick my track starting position because he's one of the best track readers out there that I know of. He knows how to read a track.
Of course, all that experience going that bag of tricks. See what they pull out here tonight. The Gunsmoke, Columbus, Texas. As this will be our first official distance here on the two-wheel drive class here tonight.
Yes, sir. Robert Zychek, Gunsmoke. .42 feet for Robert Zychek. Setting the bar high here. With that distance of 340.42. Donald Nelson and the Little Whip going to come up next. He'll be followed by Edwin Anderson.
Well, fans, he's got that truck shut off. Let's give him a nice round of applause. New leader, Robert Zychek with the Gunsmoke.
Frosted Frog coolers and tumblers. Frosted Frog, the official tumbler and cooler of the Outlaws. You can check them out at frostedfrog.com. Better yet, you can stop back at the Outlaw Souvenir Trailer tonight and pick out your tumbler and your cooler and take them home with you. Fill them up with ice and come back tomorrow night. Check them out at frostedfrog.com. Off-road belts. Belts to power everything from your vacuum cleaner to your combine, from your lawnmower to your oil rig. Offroadbelts.com. They have your belt in stock. They'll send it directly to your door.
All right, fans, so Don Nelson, Cat Spring, Texas, brings out the Little Whip truck. Chevy Colorado body machine. Two-time Outlaw champion with this truck. Currently sits number 3. And a couple wins on the summer. Shares the driving duties with his daughter, Mendy. We've seen, of course, Mendy, a winner at the National Farm Machinery Show. Two-time winner in the finals. Seen Don Nelson earlier tonight. He's been pretty busy running
Pretty
his
busy.
3 modified tractors. Now he gets behind the wheel of the 2-wheelers.
Yeah, running 2 two-wheel drive trucks in competition here, and a 3rd truck in the stable driven by Dustin Corliss. It's just tough sledding down there, that first 150, 200 foot. They're trying to get a hold of it.
Well, you know, we saw Robert Zajac over on this left side of the track here, over here on the left side, and that seemed to work out pretty good here for him. All right, so 3:19.78 the distance here for Don Nelson with the little whip truck. Edwin Anderson will be up next here with the Texian truck. Boltman out of Georgia with the bumper crop will follow. And then Don Nelson be coming on back here with the Whippet truck. Coming up here next.
VP Racing Fuels, the spec fuel of the Outlaws for maximum pulling power, as well as additives for your daily driver and your outdoor power equipment. VPRacingFuels.com.
All right, well, we're down here right now with our current leader in the class, Robert Zajac. Good to see you back out on the circuit. Tell us about that run here tonight. Now, you went over the left side of the track. What did you see over there?
I just wanted to try it over there.
See nothing? Didn't see nothing, he says, right. You saw something over there. We know it. What do you think? Is that going to be enough to take the win here tonight?
It's a lot more out there. I don't think it will.
All right. He doesn't think he's going to hold on to it here tonight. We'll see how that's going to work out. We'll send it back to you, Ron.
All right, next puller, Edwin Anderson. Comes out of Trenton, Texas, the Texian. Two-wheel drive up next. Cole Altman, bumper crop on deck. Got to beat 340.42. Give that man a round of applause. That's your leader right there. We'll see if he can hang on to it. Got 12 more trucks going to come after him. Edwin Anderson doing a little study in there. You've seen how he eased it out. .21 puts Edwin Anderson in the number 2 spot right now. And I couldn't help but notice the way he drove the truck. From the starting line, he really babied it and eased into it. Been watching these other pullers having trouble getting a hold of the track, with the exception of Robert Zajac.
Yepper.
He tried that
we
left side.
talked about that old bag of tricks right there.
Yeah, he seemed to get hooked up faster than anybody we've seen so far in the class over here on this extreme left side.
So 326 and 21, 326 and 21 here for the Texian truck. The Roadster here in our super modified two-wheel drive class. You'll see full-body trucks, you'll see bucket tees, Roadsters, a little bit of everything.
All right, so another state to add to the mix here that we haven't seen tonight, Georgia.
Yeah, this gentleman here, Cole Altman, out of Baxley, Georgia, southeast Georgia, coming over here this weekend. The bumper crop, 1923 bucket T. Now this truck The opportunity to see it last January. Ran up at the Kentucky Invitational Pull. Went up there at the Kentucky Horse Park, just in the Lexington area. He ventured up there and took home the big win there on Friday night.
Yeah, this vehicle stood out to me earlier in the day. I was too busy to go chat with him or look at it up close, but the paint, the color of this vehicle is just amazing. It pops. It's a beautiful vehicle out of Georgia.
Candy apple, I guess you would
Something
call
like
it that,
that,
candy
yeah.
apple red. So here we see, going to try over here on the left side, see if anybody's gone to school here on Mr. Zychek. As we'll bring out the truck out of Baxley, Georgia. Runs a lot with the Southern Tractor Pullers Association down there in Georgia.
I announced a pull down there, oh Lord, it's been about 6 years ago. At Tifton, Georgia, the Ag College down there puts on a pull every year. They've been doing it since like the early 70s. And it's the Abraham Baldwin College.
ABC
something like that.
or something?
Yeah,
Isn't it
ABAC.
Yeah,
ABAC.
that's what it is, yeah.
The Southern Pullers pull. They're a pretty neat deal. The students help put on the pull. It's run by the students every year. Been doing it since the early 70s.
All right, here we go, fans. The truck out of Georgia, the bumper crop. And Cole Altman, once again, that mark to beat 340.42. The truck out of Georgia means business here tonight, fans. Let's give him a nice round of applause. We will wait officially on the measurement here. Had to go better than 340.42. He goes 352.96, new leader.
Now the question I have, will we see any other pullers in this class try any location other than the left side of the track?
After that, no. Well, see, now he ran a little bit different line there than Robert Zajac did. He was over a little bit more towards the middle part of the track. He started on the left side, but then let it drift to the middle, where we saw Robert kind of hold it off to this left of center here. But nonetheless, an excellent run there for the truck out of Georgia here tonight.
Definitely worked for him. Put a little over 12 feet on Zychek here, 352.96. That's going to bring up Donald Nelson's going to come back on the Whippet truck, a little Chevy Colorado with a Hemi running Ken Vaney hemispherical heads. Big thanks to the bronze sponsors, Dragon and Pulling in the Pines 2024, Clark Freight, Mitsubishi, HC Capital America, Savvy, the agency, Eason, 7G's Homemade Goods, United Vision, Joanne Rose, James Crowley Truck Photo Company, DPM, S. Elliott Enterprises, C&J Trucking, MJ Miller Incorporated, 5G Equipment, The Drop Shop, Lucas Oil, Rockin' Boutique, CMV Shield, Altum Performance Marketing, ABC Auto, ABC HD, Optimum, 2AI Services, Frosty Frog Customs, Old School Performance, and Armadillo Signs. All bronze sponsors of the event this year. So we're about, a third of the way done here. 5 down, 10 to go. And Donald Nelson coming back here on the Whippet truck. And then David Hunt is going to get the call after that. He was the first puller that had the ignition box problems. They were hoping it was ignition box problems. And he'll be up after Donald Nelson.
Now this truck right here, more or less the newer of the two-wheel drives here that Don Nelson runs out on the Outlaw circuit.
Yeah, number 2 in points. Pretty good battle going between 1 and 2 here with Donald Nelson and Richard Morris. But this truck here is number 2 in the points. Yeah, 5-point difference between first and second. Thanks, Dan, for having great eyes, buddy. I need my readers. I thought it was a 5-point differential here, but I wanted to make sure. Yeah, he's got to overcome a 5-point deficit this weekend to win the points. Donald Nelson, Cat Spring, Texas, whip it. .98 for Donald Nelson on the Whip It machine out of Cat Spring, Texas. Dan is heading over to have a chat with Cole Altman. All right, just got word that David Hunt and Shameless is broke. Not going to be able to make the call for his option hook. So that'll bring up Donnie Sullivan out of Warsaw, Kentucky, the Big Stick, coming up next. Jesse Knight, we need you down here at your truck. Jesse Knight, we need you down here at your truck. Need to get it back to the pit stall. EcoTuning.com, your diesel tuning experts and trusted diesel tuning partner for over 18 years. For most makes and models, make more horsepower using less fuel with your ag equipment. Go to EcoTuning.com to find a dealer nearest you. Northwoods Heads, OEM, recast, and billet for diesel, spark, truck, or tractor utilizing 5-axis CNC porting technology. Northwoods Heads, the heads of champions. Check them out at northwoodsengineering.com.
All right, fans, so Donnie Sullivan, Warsaw, Kentucky, and the Big Stick, Chevy, Colorado. Now, this was the 2023 NTPA Grand National Champion right here. This year finished up number 4 when it was all said and done. They had about 7-8 trucks there going into that final event of the season. Donnie ended up at that number 4 spot. We saw Dad out earlier, ran the modified class with the Kentucky truck.
Yeah, back in the day, in the early 80s, of course, Dan, we were just discussing a little bit ago where the two-wheel drive class was born there in that northern Kentucky area. The rules for the class was written in the Sullivan's shop. Donnie's uncle, Eddie Sullivan, well-known pioneer of the sport in the two-wheel drive class in those early days of two-wheel drive pulling.
Yeah, about 75% of those rules that were written back then are still in use today.
Play.
Yeah, that's
awesome.
Unbelievable.
Donnie Sullivan, Warsaw, Kentucky, the Big Stick.
That's a good one right there, fans. Got to be awful close here. We will wait and see.
Sullivan going to pull into the number 2 spot, 350.4, 350.40. Good run for the Big Stick Mod, Supermod two-wheel drive out of Warsaw, Kentucky. 350.4. Stop fire extinguishers from AKE.com. The world's best fire extinguisher. Stop fire extinguishers not only puts out the fire, but also prevents reignition with zero mess. 100% guaranteed, made right here in North America. Get your very own Stop fire extinguisher at AKE.com.
All right, Ron. Well, we're down here right now with the current leader in our class, Cole Altman out of Georgia. Cole, tell us about that run here tonight.
Well, we was kind of second guessing, thinking about moving a little weight to the front. We should have, but we still made a good run. We'll take it.
Now, we've seen the trucks that have done really well work over on that left side of the track. What's over there? Is it a little bit harder? What's it going back a little bit better?
Yeah, we felt like the left was a little better. You know, the right was kind of wore out, you know, so we think it was a little better.
Now, your truck, you guys come out of Georgia. What brought you over here into Texas?
We picked up a truck off a hunt, bought a truck, and we decided to bring this one and run it. So, you know, we decided to bring it to Texas.
There you go. Well, we'll see how it holds up for you here tonight. Current leader, fans, Cole Altman with that good running bumper crop.
Dustin Corliss coming out. Comes out of Cat Spring, Texas. The Texas Bullseye, the name of this machine. Corliss currently sits number 4 in the point standings with the Texas Bullseye. Got a tough row to hoe here, though, Dan. He's got to overcome that awesome pass by Cole Altman. He's sitting out front, 352.96. Donnie Sullivan took a shot at him there, come up just a little bit short, but wow, he had a good pass as well at 350.4.
Yeah, kind of surprised by this sled placement right here in the middle of the track here. They must see something a little bit different here. They've been working that left side. Let's see what's going to happen.
Not a bad hook, but I still think he was lacking a little bit at the start line in the way of traction. .86 for Dustin Corliss, 344.86.
All right, so officially the distance here for Dustin Corliss with the Texas Bullseye, 334.86. 334.86. Once again, Cole Altman, our leader, with the bumper crop at 352.96. At number 2, Donnie Sullivan with the big stick at 350.40. And then we'll put Robert Zajac with the Gunsmoke at 340 and 42. Right now, our top 3 super modified two-wheel drive halfway through the class here. So Ray Miller, another bad decision, going to be up next, followed by Richard Morris, Buffalo Chips, and then Cameron Pascal with the High Cotton, our next 3. As these tough running super modified two-wheel drives just keep on rolling out here.
Yeah, I think now, unless somebody really wants to gamble, I think they've seen all they need to see in the middle and the right side. I think we'll see the last half of the class here finish off on this left side. Just speculating a little bit, but I can't see anybody trying that right side again. Just a little too slick over there.
All right, so going back northeast of Dallas here, Whitewright, Texas, with Ray Miller. 7th in points here on the Outlaw circuit, 3 wins. We've seen Jake doing some driving as well. And his share of the driving duties here. Another bad decision, another 23 bucket T.
And a 23 points champion. He was the points champion last season in the class. Had some issues this year. Had to sit some pulls out. Got down in the back. Had some back injuries and had to just stay at home and take it easy a little bit. But good to see him back out here on the track. Ray Miller. Now, Ray and Ginger, his wife Ginger, they run the Whitewright truck and tractor pull. They're the promoters there that put everything together to make that pull happen. The Thunder in the Lone Star pull in last weekend of June in Whitewright, Texas.
So 339.80, 339.80 for Ray Miller. Another bad decision. As we've got, points leader coming up next here. And we'll have Richard Morris with the Buffalo's Chips, and then Cameron Pascal, and then Tim Mikulski, a longtime puller here in the state of Texas. Our next 3 coming up here is we got some local sponsors we've got to thank here tonight.
Got digital sponsors, Pulling Texas, McKnight Construction, and DC Metalworks. Back to platinum sponsors, our top sponsors of the 2024 Dragon and Pulling in the Pines. Hopkins Wrecker, Rush Truck Centers of Lufkin, Roadworks, Massey Motor Freight, Circle K, Equipment Express, Kelly's Truck Parts, East Texas Truck Center, Mad Gear Hot Rod Apparel. All platinum sponsors of this year's event. Big thanks to all the sponsors. We wouldn't be here without it. And Outlaw sponsors, big thanks to Titan International, application flotation, if that's what you're looking for. Goodyear Farm Tires has multiple flotation options for your application needs, with multiple tread depths and tire technologies, including low sidewall options. Goodyear Farm Tires has you covered. Titan International, maker of Goodyear Farm Tires, and sponsor of the Outlaw Young Guns. Check them out at TitanInternational.com.
So we happen to talk about it a little bit here. The points championship in two-wheel drive, about a 5-point spread here between first and second. As this is the guy that currently leads the points here. Neosho, Missouri, southwest corner of the Show Me State here. The Buffalo's Chips, 1946 Willys. And how long I've seen that truck out on the Outlaw circuit. Boy, it is. You think Outlaws, you think of this truck right here.
Yeah, pretty cool truck. He won the points a couple of years back. He'd love to get that title back. He won it in 2022. Come up short last year, but now he's sitting in the catbird seat. He's in the top spot right now, 5 points ahead of second place in the points standings. All steel body, 46 Willys as well. The cab on this truck is made of steel, running a stout Hemi motor. Prepared by Adam Kester. It's a Minor Brothers Hemi. Adam Kester does the tune on it. And this is one of those guys, we saw about Scott Bracken earlier in the modifying class. This guy kind of cut from the same mold as far as never say die. He will not back up on that throttle. I think he could probably feel the heat from a fire, and he would still have that right hand all the way forward. Unless that thing stops or he gets a red flag, he's not going to pull back.
Yeah, so 352.96, still our high water mark here. Colton, out of the state of Georgia, leads the way here in our Supermod two-wheel drive class. Well, we see Richard Morris going to try it again here, back up, make sure he's lined up nice and square. You want to make sure you're not a little bit left or a little bit right.
Now, he's kind of got it spotted in the middle there. He might be off center to the left a little bit, but he's going to try that middle section of the track at the starting line.
Yeah, the big Hemi sounding good here tonight. Runs some funny car style headers.
Yep. Oh, this thing has a unique sound. Those long, zoomy headers. Some of the locations we pull during the summer where I'm close to the track in a crow's nest, I can feel the heat from those things. They'll blow the hat off my head if I'm leaning over the edge there.
Fans, so 3:33.01 here, 3:33.01 for Richard Morris, the Buffalo's Chips fans. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Currently leads the points here in two-wheel drive, and we'll have to see how things are going to shake out here tonight. Don Nelson with the whippet currently sits in that number 2 spot in points, and he's back at 3:28.98, so it looks like Richard will finish ahead of him here tonight, which he needed to do.
Yeah, we're down to the last 5 here. That launch, that hole shot is so crucial to get that momentum, that speed at mid-track to carry you through the end here. And they're having a hard time finding the traction down there at the start line. Big thanks to Steffes Auctions, your local auction expert since 1960. If you're planning to sell land, real estate, excess equipment, or other assets, book your 2024 auction with Steffes Group. Check them out at steffesgroup.com. Folks, stick around after the pull. After the pull, head on over to the big stage, big concert in order here. They're getting warmed up, getting ready to go over there. We got 5 trucks to go. We'll go listen to some great country music.
How's it going, man? How's the track been?
I'm not going to talk to you.
How long have you been a sled operator for?
A long time.
Long time? All right, man. Appreciate it.
So once again, fans, still no change in our top 3 here as Cole Altman leads the way with the bumper crop, the T-bucket, 352.96. Donnie Sullivan sits number 2 with the big stick, the Colorado, at 350.40. And then Robert Zajac with the Gunsmoke, number 3 at 340 and 23 as we start to wind things down. Session number 1 here. Remember, we'll go at it again tomorrow night at 6:30 start time. Same class as you saw here tonight.
About 65.
65. What do we got left after this weekend?
This is it.
This is it?
This is it.
What are you going to do with all your free time?
Now go tractor pull.
Not going to tractor pull? Don't you have a garden tractor?
Yeah, I'm working on rebuilding it.
Yeah, that's right, because you went, ooh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, we rolled that little thing.
All right, keep up the good work.
You too.
Thanks, buddy.
Stick around after the tractor pull, head over and get you a good spot in front of the big stage. Tyler Booth's going to put on a show for you. Always great concerts here at Dragging and Pulling in the Pines. As we're down to the last 5. 2/3 of the class in the books. Those of you watching at home, thanks for watching. Whether you're watching on Full Pull Live or Outlaw Pulling TV, we're having a great time here. Hope you're having a great time there at home. Watch it as well.
And once again, schedule for tomorrow will be 4:30, countdown to pull time show at 4:30, 2 hours before showtime. And then once again, 6:30, we'll get rolling with session number 2 here in Lufkin. As we've got the high cotton making its way here to the start line.
And Cameron Pascal comes out of McAdoo, Texas. They're cotton farmers over there in McAdoo. Hence the name High Cotton. Of course, the modified tractor called Cotton Candy.
Now, a couple different drivers drive this truck, right? Seth Markey.
Yeah, Seth Markey and Cameron Pascal. Seth Markey started a new job during the summer. Hasn't been able to make as many pulls. So Cameron been getting the driving duties. He's been getting the nod for most of the summer. Once again, got to beat 352.96 to take the lead. High Cotton.
All right, so Cameron Pascal with the High Cotton bucket tee. And they're all still searching out there. Boy, this track has really thrown these competitors fits here tonight. 335 and 32 here tonight. 335 and 32. And just like we saw in some of the earlier classes here, everybody kind of stacking up in that 330 foot range here.
Kind of hitting that wall. Yeah. Timmy Mikowski coming up next. The Thumper out of LaGrange, Texas. Mark Dempsey and Sticker Shock will be on deck as we get down to the Extreme Performance and Tire Cutting, a cut above the rest. With Extreme Performance's proven track record, you'll leave the competition spinning. For all your tire cutting needs, call 712-470-1900 to go extremeperformancepulling.com. Your direct dealer for Kaiser aluminum wheels.
All right, so the Thumper, LaGrange, Texas, coming out next here. Tim Mikulski, another longtime puller here in the state of Texas.
He used to run an old, I think, 40 Chevy pickup.
41
called
Chevy.
Serious Business. Yeah.
Yeah, 93 Outlaw champion. Back with that truck.
You go on YouTube, and that might be on your page
is.
there.
Yeah, the
Houston Astrodome, where he took the win with that Serious Business. They had it out a little bit last year, actually. The same truck, the Serious Business, was out pulling with the Texas group, Texas Truck and Tractor Pullers in 2023.
Trying to think his partner at the time, Larry Tejan, I think was his name. Yeah, something like that. We'll go with that. But yeah, Tim and Larry would share the driving duties. Do a lot of indoor pulling throughout the winter. Built this thumper truck a couple years back, and good to see him still out on the circuit here. Tim Mikulski, LaGrange, Texas. Second currently with the Texas Tractor Pullers Association. Looks like we might have got a piston there at the end of the run there, but really leaning on the equipment here tonight, fans. They want to win it.
338.89 for Timmy Mikulski, but may have paid the price there. That smoke looks like he might have leaned out that cylinder and burnt the piston up. So they might be working a little bit late into the night tonight, just saying. Well, then there were three.
Yes, this truck right here, I'll tell you, you gave an award for best appearing vehicle right here. This truck right here, just a thing of beauty. The sticker shock machine. Mark Dempsey makes his way to the start line here.
Comes out of Toller, Texas. And, man, somebody's, they're still in that 330 range. They're kind of hitting a wall, like you were talking earlier from the previous classes. They kind of settle in and start bumping up against the wall. Right now, that wall's at 340 feet.
Yeah, right.
340 feet right now, because a couple of them are knocking on the door, like Timmy Mikulski. He went 338 and change, but going to take a heck of a run to get past that truck out of Georgia. Cole Altman really set the bar pretty high here with the bumper crop machine.
All right, so Mark Dempsey brings out the sticker shock. Toller, Texas, southwest of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So working that left side of the track here. Super modified, two-wheel drives. With just 3 left to go. Now Cole Altman, he'll be up here next with his second truck. And then Cole Zychek, our final truck. So don't go anywhere, fans. This one's not over by a long shot here. All 3 of these competitors definitely have the tools to do it here.
Well, looks like slack is out of the chain. Green lights on the sled, green flags on the track. Sticker shock. .32 feet, 326.32 for Mark Gypsy and sticker shot. So kind of a odd situation here. Cole Altman leads with bumper crop, and he's coming back up with his second truck, the high yielder, up next.
Yeah, interesting situation to be in here, you know. You got to go out there and beat yourself.
Not a bad situation, that's for sure.
And then, of course, with the Texas two-step sitting, waiting in the wings, you just never know. You know, there's a lot of knowledge back there, and, you know, they've been watching things for sure.
Yeah, it's not over. It's definitely not over here. 2 to go. 2 to go. Folks, don't forget, before you get out of here, go to outlawpulling.com, scroll down on the homepage, you get entered in the 2024 Outlaw Superfan Contest, sponsored by Case IH. Folks, next week we're going to draw, and we'll announce the winner on the 12th of November, but the contest is over on the 31st of October. Better get entered now, and you can win a Farmall 25 SC compact tractor with all attachments and $4,000 cash to help you with the taxes. Drawing ends on the 31st of this month, this next week. To outlawpulling.com, scroll down on the homepage, get entered today. Or there's a sign back there in the concession area. As you walk by that sign, you'll see a QR code on it. Take your phone out, scan that QR code, and get entered tonight. It's the Outlaw 2024 Superfan Contest, sponsored by Case IH. Cole could have very well left his truck at home and just came to pick this truck and went on back to Baxley, Georgia. But he thought, I'll bring my truck over and maybe mix it up with the Texas boys. Well, he's sitting in the lead right now of 14 of the finest two-wheel drives in the country, and he's leading them all.
So here we go. We've got, well, we saw his T-bucket. Now we'll see his full-bodied ride here. So Hunt's purchased this truck, came from the Simon family. They ran this truck 2023 season. Made its way down into Texas.
Well, he goes 344.65. He'll put him in the number 3 spot for now with 1 to go, as he'll bump Whitey Zychek and the Gunsmoke back into the number 4 spot. So right now, Cole Altman sitting 1 and 3. Not too shabby here.
Not a bad night. No, not a bad night at all, fans. Let's give a nice round of applause here out of Georgia. Cole Altman sitting 1 and 3 here with 1 to go in our super modified two-wheel drive class.
And literally to jump in a truck he's never driven before and come out here and pull into the number 3 spot. Good job of driving there, Cole Altman out of Baxley, Georgia. But we're down to the last one, the last truck of the night. Folks, I'll say it now instead of waiting until afterwards, but hopefully everybody's coming back tomorrow. How many of y'all coming back tomorrow? Heck yeah.
How about the party side? How many coming back tomorrow?
See a lot of hands over there. Awesome.
They got to make it through tonight, though.
Yeah, they did. They did good. They did a good job. They're kind of reclining over there where they were had the mason jars out. They're kind of chilling right now.
They're doing a little bit of chilling.
Yeah, show gets started at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow here on the pulling track.
At Frosted Frog, our mission is to offer quality, durable, reasonably priced coolers suitable for any occasion. They come in a variety of sizes that are perfect for everything, from vacations, social gatherings, and fun summer events to the toughest conditions of a hard day's work. So stay frosty by visiting our website, www.frostedfrog.com, and choose from the great variety of colors and sizes we carry today.
So Texas two-step, nice last puller, nice lead into Tyler Booth kicking off the country music over here on the big stage.
Absolutely.
Right after this truck.
So here we go, fans. Final truck of the night, 3:52.96. The four-time champion. He'll set the mark here.
Yeah, he even had trouble getting a hold of it on this left side. The start line just going away. .72 feet, 316.72 for Cole Zajac and the Texas two-step. Top five forthcoming here in just a moment. The top five, let's go reverse order. In the number 5 spot, Ray Miller. And another bad decision coming in fifth. In fourth is Robert Zajac and Gunsmoke. He was the second puller in the class, and man, that held up pretty good there in fourth. Your number 3 spot, Cole Altman, the high yielder out of Baxley, Georgia. Number 2, Donnie Sullivan, the big stick out of Warsaw, Kentucky. And number 1, Cole Altman and Bumper Crop out of Baxley, Georgia. Folks, come back tomorrow, 6:30 p.m. We'll get started here. Green flags drop at 6:30. Hope you had fun tonight. Those of you watching at home, hope you had fun as well. Dan, thanks for hanging out with me tonight, buddy. We'll see you tomorrow at 4:30 on the live show.
Yeah, absolutely. A great night of pulling here. And like you said, we're going to do it again tomorrow and crown some champions. So stay tuned.
Absolutely, folks. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching tonight. For those of you in live attendance here, please be careful going home. Before you get out of here, go over and watch the concert. Tyler Booth. They're going to start picking here in any minute. So head on over there to the big stage. We'll see you all tomorrow at 6:30. Thanks for watching and Full Pull Live and Outlaw Pulling TV.